10 minutes late. That counts. That counts as being on time, I think. That absolutely counts. See some people already in chat. What's up? What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. What's up, Why in the World? Yo, Arda with the first second prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, why am I already on Dueling Book? We should be on the YGOh right now. Am I on the right side for this? This one I go on the left. Alright. See if it's Lone Fires today, Wind Up World. Maybe it is. It is not. Okay. No work this week, Pog. Oh. No, that means Aluber 100%. Okay, it is. It could be Aluber from all we know, right? Because Aluber is 0 defense. Let's do Aluber. It's not Aluber. It is a level 4. I think it could be Dawn Knight from all the things we have. Oh, okay. Mooney, thank you for the 3 months. Welcome back. Appreciate it. Level 4 Light Monster. Before 2014. Is there... I'm thinking Bujin, maybe? If someone has the right stats. There's some in 2013. What are we looking at? Less than 1400 attack. Less than 1200 defense. Anyone else super hyped for Dortmund after watching Pasadena? Dude, it was crazy. It was literally insane on Sunday after the finals. I couldn't sleep for like at least another hour. I'm thinking maybe there is a Bujin with those stats, but maybe not. Apparently not. Lightsworn? Which kind of Lightsworn? Level 4. I don't think the level 4 Lightsworns have lower than 1400 attack. I don't think there are any like that. Snow? Snow is too new since we're looking before 2014. Also, Snow is 1850. Sitting in the airport on my way back for Pasadena, exhausted. Yeah, I know how that feels. The travel home after YCS is always the most stressful. How crazy was that final? I know. I cannot help you. I got it in 3. Okay, so that means if you got it in 3, that means it cannot be that crazy of a card. Like you have to at least, it has to be something that I can guess, right? It has to be something that I can guess, right? Because if you tell me right now that I know this card, I will just not look at chat anymore. I will I'll try to guess it as hard as I can by my own. What's up, Malexonk? How you doing? Did you see the new expansion coming this 17th? Which new expansion? Are you talking about the Crystal Beast, the Battles of Legends, whatever? We can talk about those reprints. I've seen them. Anyways, level 4 Light Monster, relatively low stats. Let me try and find the year. 2009 to 2013. It's not completely random, but it's not something I knew immediately. I just knew some part of the card and used the suggestions. Okay. Let me think. Between 2009 and 2013, I do not think it's a Lightsworn. We can take a look at the Lightsworns real quick, but I don't think there's a level 4 Lightsworns with that low attack from that old. Yeah, I don't think there is a Lightsworn. Also, most of them would be Warrior or Fairy. I guess some Spellcaster, but Honest has too high defense. 5D's era. Okay, 5D's is what? 2009, 2010? What am I thinking of? Elemental hero? I was thinking Prisma, but that's a warrior. Also, all the heroes are probably warriors. Agent Earth? Earth is a level 2, isn't it? It could be an agent. It could be an agent, but I don't know if there's a level 4 agent from that time. There's Jupiter, but that's 1800 attack, and also Fairy. Yeah, it's not a Fairy, right? Yeah. Photon. Fabled, Constellar. Ooh, Constellar isn't a bad guess, I think. Even though that's not 5Ds, I believe, but... Fabled. It could actually be a Fabled. Grimro is too strong, though. Urustos is also too strong. 1500 is too high. Not a Fabled, I think. Alien. There are a couple alien level 4s, but most of them aren't light. Vylon. Oh my god, I even got the stats right. Oh wait, I clicked the fairy. I clicked the fairy, unfortunate. But 1,000, 1,000. Okay, wait. Barrier. Isn't the barrier statue also a fairy? The heaven one? Yeah, that's a fairy, so it's not that. The barrier statue is a light monster. It is a fairy monster. So it's 2009 or 2010. 1,000, 1,000. It could be a battery man. Oh, that's 2014. The one with 1,000, 1,000. Oh, the other ones are 0, 0. Are there any Morphtronics that are light? Oh, I think it's Videon. It is Videon. It is Videon. Jevin, thank you for the 6 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Tier 3 as well. Thank you. Okay. I mean, we took 5 guesses, and I did read Morphtronic in chat. I will admit it. I think I could have gotten there. I know this card, but it could have taken a while. Who in chat knew that without checking? I mean, I think I would have gotten this one. I think if I try 2 or 3 more guesses and I get to machine, I think I'm getting that. I think I'm getting that. Yeah. But it's not the most conventional card, yeah. Good midday, Kari. What's up? It is always it's a little bit easier, or also like a little bit easier to guess the card if it's in an archetype, yeah. Videon was posted rather soon. Yeah, I didn't see that actually. I did not. I tried to not look at chat as much to not get spoiled. I just saw someone mention maybe it's a Morphtronic. That's what I saw. All right. Cracking fingers. Card guesser time. Let's do it. Let's do it. This looks familiar. Is this Tenny? Oh, is it, or is it Dragite? I think it's Tenny. I think it's the Tenny. Stana is the water, right? Yeah, Stana is the water. This also looks awfully familiar. Yes, oh, it's a very old trap card, but it's not chick. It's not chick. It's not chick because it's just a trap. Yeah, the card it is chick on the card artwork, but it's not the card chick. I think I've seen this. It's a Sword Soul, but okay. The bad Sword Soul. FA test run. Okay, I have seen this before. I think they played that in Duel Links at some point. I think that's... Oh god, this is a hard batch. Oh, is this Unizombie? It's Unizombie on the card. Is it Unizombie? I don't think it is Unizombie. But it's a card that has Unizombie on it. Oh my god, we are 2 minutes in, we've guessed one card. Uni Song Tuning. Oh my god. Lyrlusk. Is it Recital Starling? Which one is this? Oh, I have to skip it. There's too many different... Bird Sanctuary. There were too many conflicting answers in chat. I couldn't... this is Janrix. This is a Dino Mist. This is a Noble Knight, but I don't know which one, I think. Artorigus. This is Maya something. Oh, what is it called? Very old card. Tsurugi Princess. I think you're right. It's some princess, yeah. Wait, no, it's not! Queen's Double? What? This is Shiroko. This is an awful... This is an awful round so far. Could I get a link to your playlist? It is !playlist. There's a command for it. Some rank up, isn't it? No, it's gag. Okay. This is... Is this Lavalval Ignis or not? No, it's not. Laval the Greater. Laval something. Yeah, well, I knew that. I knew that much. This is Ectoplasma, I think. It's not... Oh, no, it's Card of Safe Return. What am I doing? Rainjacker. Oh, it's Aaron. Oh, why did I zoom? So on the one hand, you're trying to guess it as fast as you can, and that's why you zoom in further. But then you lose points. Is this Crossroads? Is this... No, it's not Crossroads. It's a waste of time. Rayquaza. Oh, Turbo Warrior. Oh my god, I zoomed in all the way for Turbo Warrior. Oh. Mimicat, right? That's like a Fire Fist, but oh, this is a Gaia card. Or like Day and Night something. Gaia, the Midnight Sun, yeah. Oh, isn't this like Millennial Dragon or whatever it's called? No, 10,000, that's what it's called. I think this is Win? Wait, no, it's not. It is Win, but oh, it's a different. It's the Windot Tamer. Wow. This is some Cyberse card, and I think we've had that in one of the previous iterations. Yeah, Cyberse Integrator. We've had that before. Well, I'm bad today. We will not talk about the final score in this one. Please. I'm begging you, chat. Do not mention the final score of this round. Holy. Those are some hard ones, though. Okay. This is Symphonic the Guitar. It's not... Downbeat? It could be Downbeat. It is Downbeat. Oh, it's called Amazon's Heirloom. Yeah. Archfiend Empress. Yeah. This is Icarus attack. Okay. Maybe the second half can be not as bad. This is a math mech, I believe. Oh, it's an Adignister. Yeah, but one of the bad ones even. I had no chance. This is one of those Umi cards, I believe. But I don't know which one this is. Oh no, it's Forgotten Temple. Oh god. I think this is Nordic support, yeah. Well, this is Ancient Gear. Is this Ultimate Pound? I think it's Ultimate Pound, yeah. The one that's punching. Who are you? Yellow Dragon Ninja, okay. Those are some hard ones today. Archfiend's Oath. Is this Cards of Infinity? Wait, no, what's it called? Oh my god. Infinite Cards, that one. Yeah. Deep Sea Minstrel. This is one of the Onis. Unfortunately, it's not blue-blooded Oni. It is blue-blooded. What's the other one? Red-blooded? There's two Onis. This is the... Is this Eternal Soul or the other one? Is it Eternal Soul? It is Eternal Soul. Oh god, is this another Ancient Warrior? I hate when this happens. I hate... Why does it every single time we play this game, it gives me some Ancient Warrior and I can't name any of them? I hate this. Literally every round. This is forced back. Nah. Link male are trained. Oh, cursed. Cursed seal of the forbidden spell. I believe those are ghost tricks, but there are way too many ghost trick cards. Oh, it's pop-up, no, the field spell support thing. Or, I think this is Monoceros. Yeah. That is Luster Dragon number 2. If I am not mistaken. That is Machine King... Machine King prototype? Yeah. Oh, that's the big Numeron thing. I think that's the big Numeron. Chaos Gate? Yeah. This one I don't know. Oh my god, Spell Canceller. I've never looked at Spell Canceller from... oh my god, I thought I didn't know the card, no, it was just Spell Canceller. Oh, it's a zombie card. Seen it before, but it's been a while. Ha! It's the best tech card against Tearlaments. Good thing we talked about it like last week. I would have never guessed that card otherwise. This one looks familiar. Warm Hope. It's a Time Thief. Is it Perpetua? No. Oh, Time Thief. Oh, it's not a Time Thief? Then I don't know. Oh my god, I was thrown off. It was Gagaga Clerk. Okay. I had no chance. Now, come on. I want to at least have freaking 200. Okay, this is some sort of jellyfish. Surely you're just called Electric Jellyfish. Easy club. The hell is this? Revival Gift? Oh, it's a salad. A bad salad. Panther Warrior. Yo, both transmigrations? Hog. Who in chat remembers when Transmigration Prophecy used to be a good card? That, like, lots of people had in their side decks. Who was around? Just out of curiosity. Who was around when Transmigration Prophecy was a very good side deck card in, like, a lot of decks? Only boomers, yeah. Not me. I mean, I remember. I remember. See the 91 in my name? Yeah, fair enough. It's still good, literally Mudora and Keldo. It is not literally Mudora and Keldo. Sorry to tell you. Sorry, I'm gonna have to break it to you like that, but the card is not as good as Mudora and Keldo right now. Yeah, in no way, shape, or form is Transmigration Prophecy literally Mudora or Keldo, unfortunately. Can I have your thoughts on that crazy board during the YCS? What do you mean? Send me a link or whatever to whatever you mean. Let me. I do think the Crystal Revenge the Crystal Revenge reveals are official, right? Those were from official influencer openings. Correct? So we can look at those on stream? Yeah, okay. I think we can do that to start off. Because it came out yesterday. Sadly, I wasn't live because I literally had to, you know, sleep and stuff like that. After the freaking YCS on the weekend. So we missed the live openings. Those are always a little bit hype. It's a little bit more hype to watch these openings live rather than just look at the list of the cards, but I guess it is what it is. So just in case if you haven't seen these yet, we can look at it together for a second. You know, shout outs to the site is called Dual Daddy. That's where I found it first. They have all the cards. Is this all the cards or is something missing? I think 3 cards are missing. And that's the entirety of the set. How many cards is this? 3, 6, 10 times 5, 100 cards. 100 cards in the set. Couple of new ones. Couple of reprints. Overall, I'm hearing mixed things about the set. Mixed opinions. I personally think it's pretty good from what I'm looking at. I don't know much about the new cards yet. I don't know that much about the new cards in this yet. Haven't looked at like Advanced Crystal Beast. Haven't looked at that much. I remember looking at the Doodle Beasts, and I think they are like okay, but nothing too crazy. Giving the Crystal Beasts another round of reprints seems kind of awkward. Because they just did that with the structure deck, but I guess giving them all new holo prints is cool for some people. For modern day, I think the set actually has a very good amount of good reprints, right? Like, most notably, Chaos Space needed a reprint. I don't think this has a reprint. As of now, it's only super rare and collector's rare in the original set, so Chaos Space definitely deserves a reprint. We have DD Crow, which DD Crow was hella expensive for no freaking reason. I mean, the reason was that it's a good card, but like it was annoying. The card was like 8 euros for the rare or something. Even like the old commons or rares, if you wanted to get one that was not completely like torn apart, you had to spend like 8 or 10 bucks right now. And now finally we get another reprint. Although I've given my opinion on this. I don't understand why it had to be an ultra rare again. I don't understand why we had to give it another ultra rare print instead of giving it a secret rare, which it has never had a secret rare print, so that would have been cool. But no, it's another ultra rare, which I think the last 3 reprints for DD Crow were all ultra rare, but I mean it is what it is. It's better than no reprint, whatever. Ejim Chain and Patchwork, very good reprints. Those cards are also 8 euros for rares and commons, which is crazy. So that's a good reprint. Then we have Fusion Destiny, which was 15 euros for the super rare, so that's a good reprint. We have the Utopic Future. I think that was also decently expensive. I think Savage was still expensive. Heavenly Spheres is a good reprint. Selene is an excellent reprint. Access Code is also an excellent reprint. But the Evil Twins are great reprints. There's a lot of good reprints here, right? Like, just on this half of the set is like Spheres, Selene, Access Code, Evil Twin Kissy Kill, Evil Twin Leela, Fusion Destiny, Frightful Patchwork, Draco Future, Savage, Edgem Chain, Chaos Space, like 11 freaking good reprints for modern day Yu-Gi-Oh! And then not even that, right? Not even just that, you also have Edison reprints here. Like very good Edison reprints. Vayu, anyone here who isn't playing Edison probably doesn't know this, but freaking Vayu was 15 euros for the cheapest version. Like the super rare Vayu from the tins back then was like 15 euros right now. Because Edison is the freaking next GOAT control in terms of card prices. Like I watched an E3 video recently, and I think they said there were like 300 people in an Edison side event at YCS Pasadena, which is insane. They had like so many. Like Edison format is insanely popular right now. That is crazy. Those are crazy numbers. So yeah. And so Vayu desperately needed a reprint. And also Doom Kaiser Dragon and Hades. Doom Kaiser Dragon and Hades are also, or Hades, are two synchros that were also very expensive for Edison. And DD Crow as well is a card that you need in Edison a decent amount of the time. Gale was also very expensive. Gale was also like $8 or something, or maybe $6 for the rare or whatever. So good reprints all around, all across the board for Edison and for Modern. So I'm down. Voorhees, thank you for the Prime, appreciate you. So like literally it was like 2 weeks ago I complained about our Armed Wing being in OTS 20 instead of Vayu, but I guess they had plans for a Vayu reprint otherwise, so that's good. There's a few more cards. There are a few more cards that could use a reprint for Edison. A few that I can think of are I had a wish list somewhere for Edison reprints. We talked about it in my Discord yesterday. But one card that desperately needs a reprint is Totem Dragon. Totem Dragon needs a freaking reprint. Because if you filter this by near mint, it's looking grim. Like, that's expensive for a freaking super rare that you only need in Edison in a couple in Dragons and no other deck. It's like hella expensive. Royal Oppression is crazy. Royal Oppression is crazy. Like, look at that. Look at that. And there's no cheap reprint for Royal Oppression, I think. Like, even if you go ugly and go gold rare, that's crazy. If you want to go fancy, you can go dual terminal, but that's also like, you know. And then we have, what else is there? Trap Dust Shoot, which is like common. It's a common card, dude. Look at that. It's a common card. And the cheapest one is 8 euros for a Dust Shoot. And then, I mean, we don't have to talk about that one. We do not have to talk about that one. That's crazy, but okay. What else do we have for Edison? It's like Iron Chain Dragon is starting to... It's like... I think people are slowly getting more and more into Edison, right? And it's like... It's kind of like a GOAT control situation where... the cards have been getting more and more expensive. And the earlier you got into it, the better it is. The only cool thing is that, I mean, we do see them being like willing to reprint those kind of cards. I just don't know. Have they been reprinting banned cards ever? Right? Have they been reprinting? Are they willing to reprint the banned cards? Like Dust Shoot and Oppression? Legendary collection? Do they still do legendary collections? When's the last time we've gotten a legendary collection? When was LCKC? $2017? That's a while back though. It's been a while, isn't it? Well, I mean, okay. And then, of course, I don't have pictures right now, but there is apparently Starlights in this pack. Which is like, the only confirmed Starlight I've seen is Access Code Talker. Which, if someone has a link to an image, feel free to drop it. But, I mean, that's cool, I guess. Access Code, not like my favorite card ever, so I'm not too hyped about a Starlight Rare Access Code, but it's like a good, it's a good reprint. Starlight Access Code looks amazing, yeah. Probably. I've seen a picture. I just didn't save it. Oh yeah, House of Champs tweeted it. All right. That looks good. I will say, I think that looks better than my gold rare. I hate to admit it. I think that looks better than my gold rare. But yeah, I mean, I'm just hoping the secret rare gets a little bit cheaper so I can switch out my gold rare for a secret rare. I don't need Starlight. It doesn't have to be Starlight, but I want to get away from my gold rare. OTS 21 announced? Wait, didn't OTS 20 just come out? Didn't OTS 20 just come out? What did they announce in OTS 21? An ultimate for Sprite, Tearlament, and Kashtira. Yu-Gi-Oh! Card products. OTS 21. Start your tournament year off in style with OTS Tournament Pack 21. OTS Tournament Packs are not for sale items provided exclusively Konami's tournament store to reward duelists who play in their tournaments. Blah blah blah. OTS Tournament Pack 21 introduces 3 new Ultimate Rare cards, each of which represent one of the major tournament strategies in the 2022-2023 dueling season: Sprite, Tearlaments, and Kashtira. OTS Tournament Pack 21 is the only place duelists will be able to get the ultimate bling advantage in these major matchups, so don't miss out. Okay. You know what is weird about it? You know what's weird about it, in my opinion, is that it comes out in February. That's in 3 months. Wait, no, that's in 4 months. Wait, is it? No, it's in 3 months. My bad. 3 months. So there's 2 outcomes here. What's the song? The song is called Magic by Royal Republic. There are 2 possible ways this can go. Number 1 way, the first way is the format changes until then, and they hopefully get rid of like the Tearlament Sprite supremacy, and the reprints are just irrelevant, right? Which is kind of how it's been going with OTSs in the past a lot of the time. I mean, look at some of the reprints we've been getting recently, like Albaz. Albaz was way too late, I think. Aluber was late. Like, Aluber just came out. Like, yo, that was too late. Ecclesia was too late. They're just kind of lacking in that department. Right? It's just, they're kind of, they should be, like, imagine how hype it would be to go to OTS events if the ultis for Sprite and Tearlaments were released right now. Right? Like, how much crazier would that be if the ulti for Sprite and Tearlaments came out, like, in OTS 19 or 20? Right? That would be so insane. If you could, like, get, like, ulti, I don't know. I don't even know what ulti they want to give to Tearlaments. Like, for Sprite, I could see it being Elf or Blue. For Tearlaments, I could see it being Kid Kalos, Rhinoheart, or Pearl or Rhino. Ulti Pixies. Yeah. Ulti, yo, what about Ulti Gamma Burst, Ulti Meta Noise, and Ulti Kashtira Ogre? That'd be sick, wouldn't it? Let's do that. Yeah. Why do people hate on Meta Noise? Book of Moon is sick. I mean, it is sick in retro formats. Yeah, but I think that's the most likely way it's gonna go. Like, once again, right? Is like, it's gonna be too late. I think. I don't think. Maybe I'm coping. But I don't think by February 2023 we will still have the same metagame as now. They can't possibly let that happen. There's no way. Like, because of how dominant Tearlament is right now, there have to be changes sooner rather than later, I think. No, don't say copium. Don't say copium. There's no way we're gonna play this for 3 months. Like, the deck had over 80%, or like almost 80% top cut at YCS Pasadena. There's no shot we're playing this for 3 months, right? Although, of course, we don't know. We don't know whether they're gonna completely kill it, because in the OCG they didn't, right? Surely they'll fix Tearlament. Clueless? Yeah, we'll see. And that's the second way it could go, right? Maybe by the time that this releases, we are still in Tearlament and Sprite format, which at this point is not even Sprite format anymore. At this point, it's just Tearlament. So what I could see something happening, like they tone down Tearlaments, and then we're back to Sprite and Tier. And then the ultis are gonna be sick. You know, the ultis are gonna be fire, but everyone's gonna be annoyed. Everyone is still going to be pissed that they're gonna be pissed about needing ultis for their Tearlament decks, because we've been playing Tearlaments for 8 months at that point or some shit. Well, okay. Anyways, and the ulti for Kashtira, we don't have to talk about it. That has got to be Fenrir, right? Like, if this is any other ulti than Fenrir, they've lost their minds, right? They lost their minds if that's not Fenrir. Dia, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. Unicorn is acceptable? Unicorn is not acceptable. That's not acceptable. There's no shot. There's no shot that's Unicorn. If this is anything else than if this is any other Kashtira than Fenrir, they've lost their minds. They've lost their minds. Anyways, enough about the reprint talks. OTS 20. This is still a long time away. OTS 21. We'll see. When it comes to OTS packs, honestly, I'm more hyped about the commons and the super rares anyways than the ultis, because, like, I mean, ultis are nice and everything, but I've been enjoying OTSs mostly for, like, the reprints for old formats and stuff like that. So I hope they're not lacking in that department like they did in OTS 20. Like, OTS 20 was, I think, relatively weak reprint wise in the supers and commons. There's only, like, Blackwing, Armed Wing. That's about it. Like, Sacred Tree is okay for Naturia. Everything else is kind of mediocre, I think. So I'm hoping OTS 21 is a little bit better than that. And yeah, the Battles of Legends thing I actually think is better than a lot of people think. I mean, a lot of people think it's good. I've just been hearing some people saying it's bad, which I don't agree with. I think the honestly, the recent couple sets have been they've been kind of going insane with the reprints, which I think is a good thing because it does lower the barrier of entry to competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, right? I think that's one of Yu-Gi-Oh's biggest issues, is that like it's far too complicated for beginners, and it's also far too expensive for beginners to even try and keep up, when even like rogue strategies are super expensive because of cards like Axis Code, Fright for Patchwork, Edgem Chain, Chaos Space. Like, those decks are arguably rogue, right? They're just rogue decks, and they're just expensive for no reason, because that's for some reason how Yu-Gi-Oh works, you know. So they have to freaking reprint, I think, more aggressively. Because I think a more aggressive reprint policy in general would also help regulate the market on cards that haven't been reprinted yet. Because if everyone is aware of the fact that they could be reprinted at any time, I would think that cards could be going down a little bit. Because, like, you know. Niels, thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you. What are the ratios for this set? I don't actually know. There were opening videos yesterday. I don't know what this set works like. How this goes. It seems to be only hollows though, because it says on the cards here ultra rares. It's only ultras and secrets. So yeah, each pack is 4 ultras and 1 secret, is what they're saying in chat. Oh, okay. All right. Enough with the reprint talks. Let's get back to current format, because we have a YCS this upcoming weekend, and ladies and gentlemen, it's not looking too hot in the trying not to play Tearlament department. I am currently in a spot where I'm torn. What are the odds that I'm playing Ishizu Tier at this tournament? I'm trying to put this into words also for myself, right? Because I don't know what I'm gonna play yet. I'm trying to put it into words for myself. What the chance would be that I'm playing Ishizu Tier? Probably around 75% right now. For me, that's where my mind's at. Because there are two conflicting things going on in my head right now. The first thing is that Ishizu Tier is just an incredibly strong deck, right? It's just an incredibly strong deck, and I feel like not playing it might just be a mistake, especially because it just seems like the other options all aren't really cutting it so far for me. Although I haven't decided yet. NH6574, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. Welcome back to month number 2. Thank you. Thank you for the 3 months, but I'm not going to play Flunder. There's a 0% chance that I'm going to play Flunder. 0% chance that I'm going to play Flunder. I'm saying 75% Ishizu Tier, because I do think that, like, my take on it, I was talking to some teammates, some friends yesterday night, and I was saying how, you know, Ishizu Tier is like a very good deck, but if everyone is playing it, and we are in the Tier 0 format, you can either play Tearlament yourself, or you can try and counter it, which I have always been kind of one of the people who's trying to beat the Tier 0 deck rather than just play it myself, right? Remember when I played Paleo into Zodiac, which, I mean, arguably Zodiac wasn't Tier 0, but whatever. Like, it was the most popular deck by far, and I instead of playing mirror matches, which they weren't bad mirror matches, but I just think sometimes you can gain an edge if you play something else. I just don't know if that exists right now, right? Didn't you say Runic was the best sprite deck into Tier? I mean, it used to be. It absolutely used to be before Ishizu. The problem with Runic, Nadir, is that you simply cannot resolve your fountain draws anymore because they keep shuffling away your targets with Mudora and Keldo. Fountain is the best card right now. I mean, Fountain is insane, but the problem is it's never resolving because you don't stop them from milling. You don't stop them from milling, and whenever you try to draw 3... Sarcasm not detected? How am I supposed to know that's sarcasm? How am I supposed to know that was sarcasm? It could have just been a genuine question. I don't know how much you've kept up with the format. Because all I see is you posting memes complaining about how the board state is fucked up. How am I supposed to know you know what these cards do? Because like the last time I've seen you at events, you've been there on the Friday and been like, I don't know what these cards do. So like I was just assuming you were serious. So I was trying to give you a serious answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for trying to educate. I take it back. But yeah, that's where my head's at right now. Like my heart is telling me try to counter Tearlament Ishizu, try to find something, try to break the format. But my head is telling me it might not be possible. It might just not be feasible. And yeah, we'll see where it takes me. We'll see where it takes me. I so far 100% transparency. I haven't found anything. That I think counters it well enough. But I haven't given up yet. But on the other hand, I also just don't think the mirror match is that bad. Like I'm not super afraid of playing Tier Ishizu anymore. Like, when I played my first couple mirror matches on stream, I was like, this kind of sucks. But the more I play it, the more I like it. I don't think it's the end of the world. On the other hand, though, there's, like, you have to... Like, I think if you prepare for a tournament, I think managing your time is, like, very important. Like, doing things that are... efficient preparation is important because you only have so much time to prepare. So you want to be using that time well. And, I think I'm gonna spend like 1 or 2 more days, like tonight and tomorrow night. I'm gonna try and find something that counters Ishizu tier. And if that doesn't work, I'm gonna spend the last 2 days practicing Ishizu tier mirrors. You know, isn't Pendulum maybe the only slightly viable anti-tier deck? Pendulum is one of the things that I haven't tried yet. Maybe I will. I just don't have that much faith in Pendulum. I've just never had that much faith in Pendulum. I don't know. Maybe it's me being what's the word? Maybe I'm judging it too quickly, but I just, from what I've seen, it just doesn't seem that great. Right? Oh, yes, you guys won Wombo Combo back. Oh my god, I have to give you back Wombo Combo. Hold on. It's a good thing we didn't specify a price, though. Because I'm scamming you. Give me a second. Wombo Combo, edit. How much do we make it? I think that's reasonable. Okay, there you have it. There you go. What's the remix discount? Okay, how much? Where's the Skrelp calculated it, I believe, from the draft that I did lose, in fact. Chat won by 6 points, so I have to reduce it by 6k. Alright, done. 60k? No, we said 1k per. We didn't say 10. You guys are not serious. I would have never agreed to that. Don't lie to me. Do not lie to me. Oh my god, it's so loud! Okay. So we're gonna have to... Let's, start with something that I think is very important, although it's going to be annoying for some people, but let's look at some of the deck lists from YCS Pasadena. Even if you... There's two ways you can go about this. In terms of preparing for the next YCS. If you are playing a Shizu tier, you're gonna have to figure out how to build your deck and also how the mirror match is going to work out. If you're not playing a Shizu tier, you still need to figure out what the standard quote-unquote Ishizu tier version is going to be to expect, right? And so that's why I think, even though it's going to mean looking at a couple of Ishizu tier deck lists, I think working out what the 2 or 3 most played versions of the deck is going to be is still very important. So we're going to look at some of the decks that performed well, especially from some of the better players, and yeah. And I think we start top to bottom. I think we can start with Hani. Kanzler, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Also, Mamerhai, thank you for the Prime. Thank you. Alright, so we have a couple of Ishizu tiers to go through with the idea of trying to work out... the idea is trying to work out the deck to beat, basically, for YCS Dortmund. Is like, what are the most common non-engine cards? What are the most common ratios on the Ishizu cards? Are people playing Herald or not? Because I've seen some people play Herald of the Orange Light. I've seen some people not play it. I know Hani and Jesse both played it because we've seen it in the finals. But what is the, what's the standard? What is the, anything other specific? Like, is Talents a card to play around? Is Super Poly a card to play around? Is whatever a card to play around? I think that's just important. How much Mystic Mind was there? What other stuff was going on? What were people doing to beat the mirror matches and whatnot? So yeah, let's give it up for Hani, who won the entire thing.
What up, YouTube? Asian Persuasion here with my boy Slim, and we are here at YCS Pasadena 2022, and we're here with the first place champion. As you guys see with that trophy, our boy Hani did it. He got his first solo ring, second championship, 2 rings now, and we're just gonna let him shout everything out. How's your tournament experience? Shout out your channel that we're uploading this to. And you already know that.
What's he doing here?
Let's go, the Chris LeBlanc. Let's go, City Boys.
First, obviously shout out to my channel, Hani TCG. Check that out. YouTube, Twitch, you already know. Also, you guys can check out my Metafy at shout out to all the homies.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, that's it for the shout outs. I'm gonna hop in the profile.
Alright, you already know, man. You already see this, the trophy, the ultra rare prize card.
Do we already know? I'm not sure. I don't already know.
Bro, let's get it, bro. Let's get it.
I don't know yet.
So for starters, I played 3 Sharon, 3 Hoffness, 2 Merly, and
oh god, man. Alright, we gotta explain this 2 Merly, dog.
2 Merly. Okay, so
let's see it.
Usually people would think that you would want to max out on all the names that like trigger in the grave. Well, the thing is, like, you always want to resolve this one last, so you never want to mill it first. You always want to send it off a spring. You never really want to mill it. And then like the worst thing about this card is opening it in multiples, and like that will cost you games. Like in this format, it's all about consistency and being able to play. And having 2 of these in your hand just sucks. And it literally happened to me in top 4. I opened game 1 and 3. I opened 2 of these in my hand, and I had to play an uphill battle for no reason. I lost it with singular interruption. Like, it was crazy. Like,
I understand the reasoning of Merly is, out of all the tier names, Merly is the worst one to mill, because it's the one that you get it's the one that you have the most access to because of Sprint, right? And so like it's also the one you search off of kit colors sometimes, or like you want to revive off kit colors anyways, and then make a sprint with it and send the other copy from the deck. So like it makes some sense to play two. I think I can get behind that. On the other hand, though, I mean, as many tiers as possible gives you the best mills, so I'm not sure. Rhino at 2, I'm not a huge fan of, unless he played multiple diviners, but even that, I'm not sure. The only reason I could see cutting Rhino hard is because you want to play less normal summons, because you play other normal summons, but still, I think Rhino hard is very good against the Ishizu shufflers, because the way it works is if you mill a Rhino Heart, right, and they have an Ishizu Shuffler, you trigger the Rhino Heart, and they kind of have to shuffle it with Mudora or Keldo, because if they don't, you discard a Tearlament effect for Rhino Heart comes back, you trigger the Tearlament in the grave, and you trigger the Rhino Heart on the field, and then if they have a shuffler, they can shuffle your Tearlament in the grave, but then Rhino Heart just sends another one, so that one triggers. So basically, one Rhino Heart equals 2 waves of Tearlament effects. And it's very important that it is in 2 separate waves, so they cannot shuffle both at the same time with a Mudora or Keldo, right? Like, if you mill 2 separate names and you trigger both, one shuffler beats both of them. But with one Rhino Heart, you're kind of splitting it up into waves, which is exactly what you're trying to do, right? You're definitely trying to do that, right? It's better to wait. Taking out the tier 1 per turn effect is more important, but that's what I mean. Forcing your opponent to let you resolve Rhino Heart because you want to keep your shufflers for the stuff that is once per turn fusion effect is very good for you, because that means the Rhino Heart is, first of all, comes back for essentially free, gives you the level 4 water body, which is super important, and forces 2 interactions because it triggers 2 tier names, the one you discard and the one you send without playing into a shuffler. Also can't get bestialed, right? And so that's why I think Rhino Heart probably should be a 3 of in my opinion, but let's see what, you know.
2 of this is correct in my opinion, and 2 of this because like you don't want too many normals because you're also playing cards like Diviner, which I play 2 of.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that the only way this could ever remotely make sense is if you play multiple Diviners. I'm not sure how I feel about the 2 and 2 split. I've kind of been on the fence about Diviner, because the thing that I don't like about Diviner is that it simply isn't a starter card. Unless you are committing into a mill 5 Ishizu, which is like, I mean, of course, Diviner send the mill 5 Ishizu is insane in every matchup except for the mirror. In the mirror, it's just freaking gambling, right? Unless you get it twisted, yeah. I mean, if you get it twisted, then it's pretty good. But I think Diviner is like a high variance kind of card, because like in a hand that can just normal summon Diviner and send Keldo or Mudora because you already have a bunch of plays, that's really strong. But Rhino Heart seems like the more consistent card, because I think it's also on average a better mill. I think it's on average a better mill. But yeah. Dweller before Herald is very strong. Yeah, but like Dweller before Herald is like a 5-card combo. Almost. That's like, you need like Sharon plus this card and then also Mudora or Keldo plus this card if you still want your normal summon. Or like, you need like, I don't know, you need to like Sharon discard Rhino Heart or something, or a Sharon mill Rhino Heart, which is like less likely because you're only playing 2 Rhinos. Instant? I don't think you need, I don't think instant fusion is ever an argument, because every hand with instant fusion is just insane, right? I think 1 Diviner can be absolutely fine, because you mill a lot, and milling the 1 Diviner gives you a sweet form of making Baron. But yeah, I don't know how I feel about the 2 and 2 split. I think a 3 and 1 overall is more consistent. The 2 early, I can see.
This is the best normal because you're sending these guys, the shuffle backs. All the shuffle backs like pretty much stop your opponent from using Hotness and like name. But like usually like these play around Hotness. So you'll like first play start off summon Diviner, send one of these to stop a shuffle back, or worst case scenario you're milling town. So like you
Thank you for the 2 months. How viable is Scythe Lock? I mean, the problem with Scythe Lock is that you have to go first for it, which is an inherent disadvantage. Also, I mean, I don't see any Scythe deck that wins going second against Ishizu. That's the bigger difference, the bigger problem. Also, sometimes, like, half of the games, if you go first, they play on your turn already, so it's probably too late for Scythe Lock. So not the best situation for Scythe Lock, I think.
You would send a yugioh off of it, and then a yugioh would null.
Sub message voice is very low. Yeah, I turned it lower because of the Wombo combo incident a second ago. I can turn it up a little bit.
And then, like, hopefully you hit a callback. So, like, usually you always send a yugioh off of this, or you're sending one of these. You never really send this one. This card's just a hand trap, and usually you just add it with this. So, this ratio is correct to me. Like, I like this a lot. I know that's our only difference. He played multiple yugiohs, I played only one. This has another, like, useful effect, but, I don't know, like, it worked out fine for me. So, that's it for the...
Okay, so here we got 1 Agido and 3 Kelbeck, which I've seen... I would consider that, at this point, I would consider that the standard ratio for the Ishizu cards. You definitely play 3 Modora and 3 Keldo. Because literally every single mirror match we watched, if there wasn't Dweller involved, if you milled, you always want to hit the shufflers. The shufflers are the most important thing in the mirror match because they are free interruption. It's so powerful. You always want to hit your shufflers. You always want to max out on those. The mill guys, people are cutting down on the mill guys because in the mirror match, committing to the mill 5 for both players is just very dangerous. It can just be very, very dangerous. If you mill 5 for both people and you don't mill a Grave Shuffler, it can potentially get really crazy. You can mill your opponent's Grave Shufflers, and so sometimes that will just lock you out of your own first turn. It can just be very, very tough. The reason why people are playing 3 Kelbeck is because it's a hand trap of some sorts, right? So yeah, the problem with 1 Agido is you can get hands with 1 Orange Light and no Ishizu. That is true. That is an argument of why some people, I think, have been cutting down on both Ishizus and Herald of Orange Lights, which I'm curious if we're going to see some lists like that as well. But that would be one of the reasons why you would want to max out on Agido for sure. If you want to have maximum consistency for Herald of the Orange Light, you know.
Shizu cards, and then I play 3 orange light. This card could be a brick, but a lot of times it also could be a level 2 to make Strand or make Elf. And honestly, like, if you open it with any one of these, like, it's better than any other generic hand trap. Like, it's the nuts. Like, it will literally, like, win you game. And then now to the best package in my deck, honestly.
My take on Herald so far, take it with a grain of salt because I have played less Ishizu mirrors than most of the people in this tournament. Mostly going off of my experience with the deck and some theory. I think Herald of the Orange Light is a good card. I think it's not a strictly correct or wrong decision whether you want to play the card or not. You simply have to understand what the card does for your deck and for your tournament, and then you decide on that whether you want that or not. Because the Herald does kind of, it's a high risk, high reward kind of card, right? It's like if you pull it off with a Grave Shuffler or with a Agido or a Kelbeck, and you know, maybe you can mill 5 in a rogue matchup or whatever, I think the card can be very good. I also think that in the mirror match, going second most of the time, if you discard Agido or Kelbeck, you should probably just use it because chances are that they get to all of their effects anyways, right? Chances are they get to all of their effects anyway, so you might as well just mill and get your own ones as well, right? Or get shufflers or whatever. In that sense, if you pull this card off, it's really, really strong. It's one of the few cards that can beat Dweller. It's one of the few cards that can beat Shifter. So the reward for pulling it off is quite high. We've also seen some games on stream where the card was dead and games were lost because of it. We've seen some games where the card was used, it wasn't actually that impactful, and someone played just with like 2 cards less in hand, right? Kind of hand looping themselves. Because sometimes, you know, just the the negate and destroy isn't even that good against tier limits, right? It's a very, yeah, polarizing is the right word. It's a high risk, high reward kind of card. I don't think it's incorrect to cut it. I absolutely don't think it's incorrect to cut it. We're talking about Herald of Orange Light, gigantic. I think it could definitely be like a personal preference kind of thing where you say, okay, I don't want to have this card in my deck because I'm afraid of drawing it dead. I don't want to do that. I would rather play other hand traps. I would rather play whatever other like board breakers that are good on their own. And skip on the Herald, and then other people will say, yo, I think it's necessary to go high risk, high reward. Also a very reasonable take. So yeah.
The best ones. Like honestly, like these cards overperformed this weekend. Like they just won me all my games. Like this six lineup was perfect. You want to see like 3 of these. So like playing like this ratio was like the perfect ratio to me. Like I went.
So Biz Steals is something we saw a lot on stream. We saw a lot of Beast Steals on stream. I think that's very reasonable. I think those are very good right now. I mean, we don't have to talk about it. I've been talking about that for like 3 weeks straight.
I don't want to see this one in multiple. I'd rather see this and this together, or like see these like together. So like I felt like this was the correct ratio. And when I was going first, I would side these two out for talent. So like the deck was just like perfect. That was it for the Beast Steal lineup though. Onto the spells: Instant Fusion, Terraforming, 3 Palorino, 1 Scream, 2 Subject, and then 1 Prime. And this ratio took me a long time to get to. I think 2 of these are necessary because like milling this in search is just the best thing.
What do you think about the idea of cutting Magnamute down? I thought about that for a second. Or like I thought about it the first time I came across that idea was when we talked about that deck that won the DK tournament that only played Druid's Worm, right? Where the idea to only play Druid's Worm was like they cannot dark your Magnamute and you can dark their Magnamute, which I think is a big deal. He talks about it? Okay, let's see.
Like searching hobbies is broken. Searching like all these like tiers are just really good. Like you want to search monsters. This card's good. I see a lot of people playing multiples, but like the thing is like I don't like the hands where I open multiple of these, multiple of the, like the traps, multiple of the field. Like it's kind of bricky and it kind of loses.
I think we, if anything, we might have skipped it, but I think it's an interesting idea because Magnamute is a card that is like. Earlier, okay, it's fine. I'm gonna give my take on it. I think Magnamute is one of those cards that it's also a high risk, high reward situation. It's a high risk, high reward situation because Magnamute is insane. Is the best Bestial. We don't have to talk about it. Drawing Magnamute is the best one. Jesse talks about it. Okay, yeah, we'll I guess we'll wait until then though. Yeah, let's wait on.
I don't like playing multiple cards where I don't need to play multiple. This card's a perfectly fine one to play. If I see it, I see it. If I don't see it, I just send it off. I send it off Kaleido Heart and I add any one of my traps. I usually end on both traps face down every game. It's very.
So 1 Scream, in my opinion, is the minimum. I think it's between. I think all. No matter what you decide on with Scream, I think is fine. You can play 1, you can play 2, you can play 3. The only thing I don't agree with is playing 0. I don't think 0 can ever be correct. The reason to play only 1 is because it is searchable. It is searchable with Kid Kalos sometimes. You know, you can do some neat stuff where going first, you go Kid Kalos. Instead of Kid Kalos searching for a trap, you can go Kid Kalos, search for Scream, and then you can pop your own Scream with Pearl Rhino if you want to. And then you can still search your trap, right? But you get the mill 3 on top of it, which is nice. I personally am a huge fan of playing more than 1, in theory, because I think the card makes your boards a lot stronger in a very subtle way. Where if you just have this card, in my testing at least, if I'm looking at my opponent's board, I'm always like, okay, that's breakable, right? I'm like, it's breakable. And then if I look at Scream, I'm like, oh my god, that makes it so much more annoying. That makes it so much more annoying because the 500 attack can matter, but it's mostly just about if they mill on my turn, it just gets out of control so much. Like, tier limit, the only thing that limits tier limits is that they're all once per turn. If they're, like, they can do whatever they want in this freaking game, but the only thing that holds them back is that they are once per turn. So Scream being one of those cards that let them play on, that lets them play on my turn Like, no matter what, you cannot break this deck's board if they have Scream. It's, like, impossible. Because, like, if you play into Scream, they just do all of it again. It's not as good of a draw going second. Why would it not be that good of a draw? I'm hearing that a lot. Is like, Scream is not good going second. But how is that true? Why is it not that good going second? I don't quite understand. Ollie Thross, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. I think Scream is not bad going second. I think that's
unless like my opponent's interacting with me. And then that was it for the
only thing. I mean, okay, it doesn't help against Dweller, right? But if you get Dwellered, what other card does? Tell me which card you're playing instead of Scream that beats Dweller. Right? And even against Dweller, I would argue the card isn't even that bad. Because, like, let's say they Dweller me, and I get Scream onto the field, and then I somehow, like, I attack over the Dweller. I cannot play on my turn, right, because of Dweller. But Scream is one of those cards that might enable me to play on their turn, right? Maybe with Scream, I can start playing on their turn. It's not guaranteed, but the chance is definitely not zero. And I would say any card that gives you a chance against Dweller going second, even if it's like a freaking like 20% chance or 10% chance, any card that gives you a chance to beat Dweller is okay in my book.
Oh god, yes, perfect for it.
And then now onto the extra deck. Abramax, never made it once. Didn't come up in the mirror. And honestly, like I just never seen anyone that made Abramax.
That's Xeno Warfare. Thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you.
But like at least I had it in my deck just in case for now. IP, if I never made this, I never made this. Elf, card with nuts. I made it a few times. Makes Baron, brings back Diviner. She's insane. Brings back Orange. Make orange with Kalos, make Baron. Orange plus 2/4s makes Baron. It's like mad wasting the Baron. Sprint, sends Merly, it's OP. Dark, complements these guys very well. Also summoning Magma in this format. So many things you can do with this card. It's unbelievable. Beatrice. Beatrice is insane. Like, what can I say? Like,
Elf is getting so hit. Elf should be banned. I'll say it right now. Elf should be banned. There's no way Elf should be legal. That card is way too generic.
It's very easy, especially when you're playing multiple diviners. Like, this card was good. This card was good for most Babushka is insane against the rogue decks, in my opinion. Like, anything that's not in here. Plunder, Exorcist, or Sprite. This also helped me out Mystic Mine in one of my rounds. In standby phase, it's a mandatory effect to detach. So if you're under Mystic Mine, you can detach every standby phase, and eventually it dies, and your mine will be cleared. And then you can use your shuffle back in the graveyard with Talarino face up to top their mine, and then play from there. So that was pretty good. Babushka was insane. Dweller. This card's nuts. Y'all see it in the final, summon it twice in a singular duel, like shuffling it back.
It's an interesting way to out Mystic Mine. However, it only works if you get Mystic Mine with only level 4s on the board, right? Which, I mean, can happen, but like I think as soon as you have like the big fusions out, you can't do it anymore.
Stopping your opponent from playing. Like, I barely summoned this the whole weekend.
Until Taka?
And honestly, not even until Taka. Wow. Really, it was like, once I started like top 4 Jesse and Cody, I'm like, I gotta throw this card down. Like against people like that just know how to play the deck very well, like this card just needs to come in.
This card should be dead.
Yeah.
Yes, it should.
Card should be fucking broken. Yeah, just like Instant Fusion.
Just like Instant Fusion.
And then Baron, MVP. For the people not playing Diviner or Orange, like, bro, like, Baron.
People hating that we played Diviner and played this card. This card was not good and we were never gonna make it.
This card was
You just won it. Take it all, bro.
Like, I literally made it almost every match. Like, I can't even make this up. Like, people don't see the lines to make Baron, but I do. Like, I'd be seeing the lines to make Baron, and every time I've made it, it just paid off so much. The Reborn from the grave.
Why does this deck not lock into fusion like Branded? I'm gonna be honest. When I was testing tier limits, like either playing Ishizu tier or playing against Ishizu tier, it was the weirdest thing to me out of all the things that I noticed in testing. After having played like Runic and Sprite for like months now, which are like I feel like very carefully designed about for like with drawbacks, right? I'm like so used to having some drawback attached to my good cards, right? I'm like so used to like, okay, use Gigantic or Starter, so I'm locked into level 2s now. Use my Runic card so I don't have a battle phase. I have to play around that somehow. I have to figure out restrictions. And this deck is literally just like, you do whatever the fuck you want. You're like, so often I'm like, yo, you still have your battle phase. You can still make Xyz, Link, Synchro. You're not locked into shit. Like, why? My God. It's like very often I'm like, how are they still allowed to do all this? They should be restricted in some way, shape, or form.
Effect, the pop effect, the negate effect. It has 3 effects on it, bro. It has to be.
It's crazy.
And then the fusions. 1 of each. That's it. Nothing too crazy. You don't need more of this. There's a perfect ratio. And then finally onto the side deck. I played Seer Near. I wanted an extra pistol for the Near. Also, like, it goes with my side pattern. Like, I make side patterns before playing, so I know what to side in and out. It's just way easier. So, like, I just knew that I needed 1 extra card against the Near, so, like, that's what I put in. And then 3 Gamma Driver. This package was MVP. Like, it goes in against every matchup I've been playing. Like, even, like, it's not that impactful in the Near. Sometimes it will, like, stop a play, like, in the grave, and, like, in combination with pistols and stuff, it's good. But really, it's good against the Flunder deck, the Sprite deck, the Axis Sister deck, all the cheesy decks. Like, this card's good. And then 3 Droplet, 3 Super Poly, 2 Tactics, Heartbeat, and Call by the Grave. These were really for Flunder. Never really resolved it that much this weekend, to be honest. This was really for Sprite. Didn't resolve it as much this weekend.
Is Droplet that good against Flunder? Out of all the cards against Flunder, would you be playing Droplet? Not sure. Super Poly is solid in some matchups. Okay.
Either. Tactics, this was just for when I went first, and like sometimes in the mirror I would only side in one. Like I couldn't figure it out in my side pattern, like how I could fit both in. Like there was no better cards, so like I was just always siding in these. Like I wish there was a way where I could have fit this in, but like I don't know. Like I would rather just see pistols. But like going first, this card was crazy. And honestly, like I didn't resolve it at all weekend until the finals. And when I resolved it, it literally put in the most work ever. So I mean, shout out to Jay for telling me to play it. Shout out to Mario for beating the crap out of me with it. Yeah, that's the list.
And the other
it's a solid list. I think we have it in written form somewhere. Let me see, just so it's easier to talk about it. Top 4 decks. I think they just posted it on the coverage page, which is funny because I think some of those people would have liked to keep mid hidden for YCS Dortmund. But yeah, it's here. 40 cards, which I like. I think this deck should be 40 cards. I think if you go over 40 cards, it's mostly down to not knowing what to cut, but I don't think it's optimal. I think a deck that mills, and relies on good mills to perform in mirror matches, I think is it should be at 40. No time cards is interesting. I think we've been seeing no time cards. I think we've been seeing time cards in most of the decks. Like we saw Pack use it, we saw Walter Jewell use it in one of the feature matches. We saw Jesse use some. We saw most people side some, and I think that's like the most common opinion is like you need some. But I mean, apparently you don't necessarily. But okay. Well, yeah, I don't want to spend too much time talking about each individual deck profile. Maybe after we've watched a couple, it's good to point out the differences. But for now, this looks relatively standard. I mean, like, Too Merly is an interesting... When we're looking at Tier 0 decks, it really does come down to the small differences. So there's nothing too crazy to talk about, but maybe if we look at other decks, like Jesse's, for example, we will notice some distinct differences. I hope. I don't actually know what the exact list is yet.
Samurai Xfinity today. Who am I with?
You know, Jesse Cotton from Duel Night.
Yo, let's go, baby. Yo.
It's Jesse Cotton from Duel Night.
Champion. Now you're second place. Yo, Jesse, listen. How many second place have you gotten?
4.
4?
Oh my god.
4 like Chris? 4 like Chris?
Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm sorry. Oh no, the way how Chris got the 4 wins and he now has the 4 second places. Oh no, I feel bad, but that is funny.
I'm joking. All right, Jesse, you know, I have a couple questions for you, man. How was your tournament experience, bro? What's going on?
It was good. Had a good tournament, yeah.
Had a good, okay, so like, you know, we're entering a Tier 0 format. What do you think about this format?
I haven't fully decided how I feel. I'm leaning towards more good than bad.
Right.
It's, yes, only one deck, and yes, it's incredibly complicated, but it also rewards well thought out playing. And honestly, deck building wasn't like that crazy of an advantage in my case, I think. But
This is one of the better opinions I've heard about this format. I think most people are, when they talk about a format, they are very inclined to have they have a very one-sided opinion most of the time. They're like, oh, this format sucks, or no, this format is insane. The reality is probably somewhere in between, as it is with most things in life. Like, it's probably somewhere in between. There's some good things about it, there's some bad things about it, and to some people, some of those things matter more than others. Like, for example, you realistically probably only have one real choice of the best deck, right? Which is Ishizu Tier, which for some people, that's a no-no. That's like already a criteria for the format sucks. Like, if you only have one choice, the format must suck, right? For some people, that's not the case. Like, for example, I don't care about that. If there's only one deck in the format, but the deck is like incredibly cool and incredibly hard to play and the mirror matches are good, it can still be a good format. Another thing about this format is I think it looks a lot worse than it actually is in terms of how to watch this game. Watching the feature matches, I think, is a lot harder in this format, which to some extent, that is genuinely a bad thing, right? For some people, when I play a tournament, I don't really care about how the games look, like how watchable it is. As long as it's a good game, I don't care. But I do acknowledge that it can be bad for the game overall if it's like genuinely unwatchable. If it's too complicated to follow, to watch, especially from a casual perspective, that is not going to pull people into the game, right? People are not going to start playing because they watched like some of the feature matches in this format. However, then the finals was incredibly hype, right? I don't know. It's like there's good and bad about this format. I think overall, the worst part about this format is Dweller, and the second worst thing about this format is that the Tearlament Ishizu deck doesn't have that much skill expression when it comes to deck building. For playing, I think the deck is fine. For deck building, the deck doesn't have that much you can do, right? You can like mess around with some Bestial numbers. You can mess around with Herald of the Orange Light. You can find some tech cards, but for the most part, deck building isn't the biggest thing, which is also what he said. He said like deck building wasn't that insane, right? And like I always like it when it's both, right? I want deck building to be difficult, and I want playing to be difficult as well. I think this one is the playing is actually difficult in every game that isn't Dweller, and even some games that have Dweller. I think the games can still be very good, but the deck building portion is, I think, where this format is a little bit lacking.
Right.
I feel like there was a big advantage to just playing very properly. In a lot of matches, there was so many small opportunities for your opponent to mess up, and most of the times where I won in the mirror was because like one small mistake they made cost them the match. Right.
Okay, so I know you play basically every format. You know, like which format do you like better, Spirals or this? What do you think?
I won with Spirals. So.
All right, Jesse. Anything else you want to say before we begin with the deck overall?
So first and foremost, shout outs to Luxury Gaming. You can see their Matt here, got wearing the shirt. Great sponsor. You should absolutely check them out. If you want to keep up to date with me and other pro players, Cody Angeloff got top 4 as well, also on the team, and other players as well. Also shout outs to players I tested with. We kind of combined 2 testing groups for this event. As the normal testing group would be like Bowden, Asala, Furman, the guys I've been talking to for a couple years now.
Right.
And now we worked with Dominic Couch, Kobe Short, Avery Foster this event as well. So big playtesting group.
They also played a triple Rainbow Bridge?
Different deck lists, but we pulled ideas together.
Oh no, they break different deck lists. Okay.
Figure out stuff about the format.
All right, awesome, Jesse. Without further ado,
did they publish the list
right.
with the triple Rainbow Bridge, like Dominic Couch's list? Is that on YouTube?
Banshee the second one, but otherwise it's not that great.
Do Rhino as well here. Interesting.
Yeah.
Ooh. Wow. Okay.
People are cutting
We
these. I
have
think these
Edo.
cards are great. I just want to draw these cards.
Okay, so for
Honestly,
those...
the worst thing, drawing these is like not the best going second, but it's fine. I'm sorry, this one. It's fine. I think these cards are still too good.
All right, so just quick explanation. For those of you who are watching videos for the first time, like, can you explain these cards, like what they do, Jesse?
These go from the hand deck to grave, and they'll 5 from other players' decks. This one says, when a guy sends from your opponent's hand deck to the grave, summon itself and Earth Fairy from the grave. This one says, when a card sent your opponent's hand deck to the grave, summon it and bounce a monster your opponent controls. These 2 say discard cards themselves from their hand. And also banish themselves from the field or graveyard to target 3 cards in either player's grave. Put them back to the deck. That's a quick effect.
They also have extra effects.
This one has another effect that doesn't work for me. And this one, other effect is when I summon it, I can add any Earth Fairy from the hand except itself. Actually, can I add itself? I don't know. Sure, I never want to do anything.
Is this the best one?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, these two are the problem with this. I mean, this is really good. I don't know.
Okay, my objectively correct ranking of the Ishizu cards is number 1 Keldo, number 2 Mudora, number 3 Kelbeck, number 4 Agido. Not debatable.
This is the worst, but I think it's good still.
Okay, alright, cool.
And then I still play this. Yeah, it's a little cloggy, but the deck is designed to have as much interaction on both players' turns as possible, so I figured this played in line with what I was trying to
Fair
accomplish.
enough.
Right, nice, okay. So, would you change anything with this lineup right here? Anything, you know what I'm
I
saying?
don't know, it's so tight, I can't, like... I have to run math to see how to change. Like, I'd like to fit other stuff in the deck, but you also need to keep the deck slim so it's consistent.
Yeah.
Because these cards are phenomenal, but they require multiple pieces to function. So if your deck's too large, you're just going to break.
Right. Yeah, sure. So it's that tight that there's not a lot of room for
I'm
flexibility?
in 42, and I already wish that wasn't.
Oh, okay,
but
cool. Alright.
Oh, it's 42.
I have to do math.
I think I'd rather go down on like Agido than playing 42.
Only 2?
Yeah, Bowden wanted to just cut this for Sarnia. You played 1?
I played 1.
Wait, what did you play? Did you play 2 of this?
I ended up with 5, so I
Was that you were
I was
two?
at 43, then I went to 42. I wanted the third screen.
Okay, well, sure. The idea was that just like this isn't actually as crazy. Like it doesn't matter that much to search the dragon unless you get to a really deep grind game. But the first turn is not as relevant, and just the flexibility of having the third one is better. This one is by far the best one though.
The whole idea of playing less than 3 was that we figured most people would approach the mirror match the way that we approach it, which was just you should be activating your triggers when you can in like good amount of scenarios, and then milling this on your turn 0 is a liability because then they get to access it.
Their turn 0,
your turn 0 because they're playing on their turn 1. Yeah.
Oh, so you're afraid that they're gonna dark it away?
Yeah.
Their turn 0.
Okay, let's not get into semantics.
Okay, whatever.
All right.
Wait. Okay, what are we talking about? Why are we arguing? What?
Amount of scenarios, and then milling this on your turn 0 is a liability because then they get to access it.
Their turn 0.
Your turn 0 because they're playing on their turn 1. Yeah.
Oh, so you're afraid that they're gonna dark it away?
Yeah.
Their turn 0.
Okay, let's not get into semantics.
Okay, whatever.
No, Bowden is right. Bowden is right. If my opponent is going first, if my opponent has turn 1, then I am turn 0. Right? Before my turn 1 start, I think that's what they argue about. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, also triggers happiness sometimes, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it's still insane when it goes through, but this one is just way safer and it's still good. But these cards were really strong still. Like, when you get into grind games, they're insane, but they're also good, like, still good enough in not grind games that they're good.
Having access to this, like when you want against.
I mean, you can skip the argument by just saying it is their turn 1, right? When you are playing on their turn 1, it doesn't matter what you call your turn in that scenario. Just say, you know, who like their turn 1. But okay.
This is like kind of difficult to answer sometimes when,
played
like,
Access Code.
when you don't have field spell as well, right? Like you need to have like that's the other thing.
Yeah, but I played Access Code, you didn't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, access code. Sure.
That's one.
Okay. So the statement here, let's not worry about the turn 0 thing. The statement is Druid's Worm is the best one because the Magnamute search doesn't matter that much unless you're playing a grindy game. And milling Magnamute is a liability because they can dark it away, which is very reasonable. It's a very reasonable thing to say, I believe. I think you can definitely lose games because you mill a Magnamute and they dark it into sprint, into search in the end phase. That's a very powerful move. Another side note, I don't know if they actually mentioned it. I was too caught up with the turn 0 discussion. That if you trigger Magnamute on the board, it could give them an extender with Havness, right? If they have Havness in hand, they might potentially be able to trigger that and keep playing, even though you just like let's say their only play is Rhinoheart, right? They said that, okay. Let's say their only play is Rhinoheart, and you have a Bestial to counter it. Then suddenly, if they have a Havness in hand, it could all change because they trigger that, they mill 3, they could potentially keep playing. You could have just given them an opening that you didn't want to give them, right? And so I think there's a couple arguments to call Druid's Worm the best one, actually, the more you think about it. I don't know if that means you should be cutting Magnamute altogether, because, I mean, Magnamute is still an insane card. Like, it's just, like, so good. And that's the question, what weighs more, right? What weighs more? Is it Magnamute being a crazy good card, or the risk that is attached to having Magnamute in your deck now, right? Because in your opening hand, I would say it's still great, but if you don't open Magnamute and then you mill it, it's a liability. So it kind of is an interesting debate on whether or not you should be playing Magnamute at all. I don't think that justifies playing 1 or 2. Because I would think that if anything, you would be deciding on, okay, it's too risky, I shouldn't play it, or like, nah, fuck it, it's too strong, I should still be playing 3. That's where I would lean. Right? I'd say, like, you either come to the conclusion that it's so strong that you should play 3, or it's not strong enough, so you shouldn't play it. Landing on 1 or 2 seems like an odd thing to me, especially on, like, 42 cards. But still is good to see that they acknowledge this, that they not just, like, slapped triple Magnamute because it's the best Bestial, and thought about it in some other ways. That's interesting to see. Okay.
Wow.
This is all stock standard. I played 2. I think this card is insane going first, and I've started searching this over the trap sometimes because you'll just know the other one and like, or be able to like pop your. You'll be able to add a trap somehow. It's really good because if you get into a grind game, this just generates infinite value. And when you start having to like keep attacking monsters, and it gets to that, the attack is so relevant. Like, you even see like this scrappy game I had in the finals where it's shared attack with dweller. That happens a lot when you go through resolving effects. The 500 matters a lot, and it's constantly going to be applying pressure. So it's very good going first, but going second, while it's an okay mill, it's not actually a crazy mill, and it's not good at the dweller, obviously. So
whenever I don't think I agree with that, at least from watching the feature matches. I think the people that milled Scream were looking ahead a lot of the time in the feature matches. For a few reasons. The thing is, the Tearlament Mirror match, I'm just going to exclude Dweller for now, for a second. Let's put Dweller aside, because Dweller flips the entire thing on its head. But we've seen a lot of mirror matches where both people have been playing basically to all of their... to full extent, right? There's not been floodgating involved in every single matchup. So, like, sometimes both players have been milling like crazy. And I think Scream ends up making a huge difference there because both players get Mudora, both players get Keldo, both players get Havnis, both players get Merly, both players get Sharon, both players get Rhinoheart, like 99% of the time or whatever. I think where the difference maker was probably what the one player got Scream and the other one didn't, and that's why he had a Sulliak to discard for Rhinoheart, and that ended up snowballing into more and more card advantage, whereas the other player didn't, and ran out of cards in the grind game, right? Or like similar to like one player who milled Sulliak, the other one didn't, when they went through all their effects, and then suddenly the player going second, if they mill like Scream and Sulliak, they get like 2 more searches, so they just have like an insanely big hand even after using hand traps. I think it can make a difference. I think it's good. But I mean, he said already 42 cards. 42 cards, and you gotta decide somehow, right? Something has to go. This deck is incredibly tight, especially if you decide to play the 12 Ishizu cards and the Heralds like he did. It's incredibly tight. So I do understand to Scream. I think that's why I said earlier. I think Scream is a card that can be reasonable at 1, at 2, and at 3. I don't think there's a right or wrong in that department. Worth noting, I think there was no Diviner, and I mean, we're already at the spell card, so there probably won't be a Diviner. Interesting.
I would choose like in search 1, you'd still be able to like mill 11 cards or 21 cards and hit the second. And drawing it's fine, but I didn't want to put too much reliance on that because it's not great for the second. A lot of the other guys played 3 though.
True.
Shout out to me not reading the card and not knowing that the 500 difference.
He sounds Yeah. Also, YZ in every deck profile, just cameo in every deck profile.
Because, you know.
It's permanent?
Yeah, it's
It's just
It's like your special
how,
chart.
how I not read the card? I just knew it milled 3.
that's all you need.
Heartbeat. So, I mean, this is a little bit of inbred testing, but it was still good. The first idea we proposed was actually, or that I proposed, actually that I
Is he on every deck profile? I mean, this is the second one we're watching. So far, 100% appearance rate.
Scrapping deck, where you play the Gravekeeper Trap and Rainbow Bridge, and then if they start playing on your turn, you just search Mystic Mine and then Mystic Mine them.
True.
However, if they're playing this and they just wall playing kit for this,
Right.
it's a lot worse. And it also deals with GK Trap, which we were playing in that version.
Right.
And it's also good versus Rogue. And then even in the mirror, like I want a game where they don't think you play this, so they hold their Solid kit for this and the Solid's dead and they just die.
True.
Also,
Wait, what? Not Soliaking Kit is a crazy timeline. Like not using Soliak on Kit is madness, I think, because like that's the one card you want to negate. Well, okay.
it's really important. Just like lets you not feel bad about not shuffling your draft stack because it'll add it back later.
Yeah.
It was really good. It wasn't like crazy, but I'm happy to play this for sure. I just didn't want to have too much stuff for going. Like they were just terrible to draw going second. It's not terrible, but the deck's so tight.
Yeah.
And I feel like you had enough recyclability that you didn't need this too. This obviously is not as good. It's honestly actually gets better when people are bitching you a bunch because I added back a lot with this.
Right.
But still, I don't want to draw one too much.
So 42, perfect number. No Super Bowl?
No, Polyseason player. So the point of the deck, the way it's designed, is to play during your opponent's turn with hand trap. So it's counterintuitive to also play board breakers.
Wow.
I want to commit to the strategy.
Especially when every card has to pair as well. So like you have cards like Medora that have to pair with another thing, and then you just have like hands where like one card doesn't do anything, like you said before, right? So you have like a Bestial and a board breaker. It's kind of redundant.
Right. Okay.
Extra deck. You only need one, so you shuffle back pretty easily. If it's banished, it's prime. If it's banished as well, it's not actually the biggest deal. Like, it's fine. I guess the rest are standard.
Right.
I almost wanted to cut this.
We almost saw no Drago Stapelia, I think, throughout the feature matches. It's like a nice... I think it's a nice card. It's just like, ever since Rule Kalos came out, the entire like resource loop works without it. So I'm not actually sure if you need it, because like most of the time people prioritize Rule Kalos over it anyways. But
I don't summon this that much. I had Zeus in my deck instead of this, and I wish it was Zeus. Dude, I make Baron with this. I don't know. I made it versus Flunder once, and it did help in that game. But I didn't think I really... Oh, I made it for someone else as well. It was fine. I don't know. I don't think it's crazy. But the extra deck is tight. Like
it might still come up more often than whatever you would put instead. But
I wish I had Redoer, Zeus, and Beatrice, and none of which.
We have no Redoer, Zeus, and Beatrice? That's crazy. I mean, okay. Redoer, the reasoning to cut Redoer is that most of the time you can make Baguska or Dweller. That's fine. The reason not to play Beatrice, the only thing I can think of is he decided Wallow is better, which I'm not sure about, but okay. No Zeus. I think Zeus looked kind of good in the feature matches we saw. Like going Dweller Zeus in the mirror match, that seemed good. But, okay.
In my extra deck, so.
Wallow is
Three cards I
cooler.
wish I had, and I'm not sure if this is better than any of those. Even though I don't play Divinery, make it with Orange Light plus Lulu, it's still good.
Right.
This card is very strong.
How we got the Southern
Flunder.
I know, right?
Best card. I'll play this instead of Beatrice. Theory was I never needed more names. Like I was getting the names and it's being shoveled back or banished by Bestials or.
Yeah.
Wait, what is that?
It's called Wallow. It's from Dabble. It's really good. I'll explain it in a second.
He's like, what? It's
How the fuck I went to YCS and not know what that card was?
Didn't Chris literally say, like... I think I remember, like, on the GooCast, he was like, yo, people were, like, not prepared. They didn't know what my cards did and everything. That's why I won. And he just, like, literally didn't know the card from Darkwing Blast. Alright.
what is that?
I'm sorry, bro. I really don't know what it does.
But what happens a lot is you that you mill both players' decks because I will use the mill effects.
Yeah.
And then they'll have all the good spells in the grave, and like a Magnuma, I can just go like make a Rura, or have my own Bistro, dark their Magnuma, get that effect, then make this. Like, it's so gross for his talents. You steal their talents, then use it against them and rip their hand.
Wow.
So if they're playing a board breaker strategy, they just die. They cannot play a board breaker strategy if like the talents is in their deck, and you have this in there. Like,
True.
The attack buff as well, right?
Yeah, so it has 3 effects. All your monsters gain 100 attack for every card in your opponent's grave, so that's massive. Let's get a really easy lethal shots.
Yeah.
The other effect is it's 2 plus level 6s. You actually use more than 2. I did it in Minneapolis, use multiple or more than 2.
Yeah.
Quick effects once a turn, you can attach 1 or 2 materials.
The attack buff, and ironically,
1,
the best thing, it's not the best thing about Wallow, but it's kind of, it can get crazy.
Grave, which is already pretty good. If you attach 2, however, the card you targeted, you can either special summon or you can set it to your field. So you can, the monster breath, you can kick hollows, sometimes you can dark, and that's great.
Why do people hate Chris LeBlanc, including you? I don't hate Chris LeBlanc. Why would you say that?
Wow.
Most of the time, though,
the only things I thought it was funny that he didn't know what Wallow did. That does not mean I hate him. I don't hate him for not knowing Wallow. I don't know why you thought that, but that is not the case.
I stole talents, I stole droplet, just defensive options that like they weren't. Their deck wasn't designed.
Seems full of himself, thinking he can say whatever shit he wants because he won. I mean, first of all, he appears to be drunk in this video, so at least cut him some slack. Also, man's just won his 4th YCS. Man's just won his 4th YCS. I think that is something. I will allow it. I will allow it. Okay.
To beat, like they were prepping for a standard field, not
Right.
a droplet face down.
That's true. That's true. Understood.
So this is good. Starvers, you got access to Sprint. This is actually way better than that, but this gets you Sprint.
Nice.
Let's keep playing grinds. Has the second effects I've never used. Elf is insane, obviously. You really don't need more than one of anything because of the shuffle guys. And I put access code. So
Access code. I've never seen access code come up, but I guess with the Charmers it can.
I think it's something that comes up a lot of people don't realize. If you Mud Dragon in the mirror match, and you call Dark, that is incredibly hard to deal with. Because you can't pop it with Proloreno, you can't Sulic it, you can't Kaleido Heart it. What you also can't do is you also cannot hit target itself or any of the other tiers. You can't Proloreno target your own guys to trigger tier effects. So it actually just locks you in really awkward positions. And your only way to deal with it is not targeting. So if you have talents, it's that. But I felt talents.
So on the one hand, he's right about this. On the other hand, it's not the only way. Because the other way is relatively obvious. You can just attack over the Mud Dragon. So it only matters if you are in main phase 2 and they get to make the Mud Dragon. If it's in main phase 1, instead of committing 4 bodies into access code, you could also just attack over the Mud Dragon and out their board in main phase 2. Unless you're going first. But going first is like going first, making access code going first. I'm not sure if that's a winning situation. But yeah.
Was not in line with the hand trap strategy I had. And also, if people played Wallow, it was bad against Wallow. I went through a way to beat it, and this does that. This doesn't beat Avermax like Borlo does. The figure was Avermax, you just tier it down to 25, you make a Baron, you negate the effect to gain attack, and that's fine. You still have an out to it, it's just kind of complex.
True.
And this is also different than Zeus, just because I guess using a turn 1 can come up. I summoned it a couple times, but I feel like there's no other card that could possibly fill its role. It's maybe Zeus, but I feel like Zeus maybe it's situational in a different way.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's a flex spot, so it's gotta be situational.
Here's my disgusting side deck. My side deck, I thought it was nice going into the tournament, but honestly, it wasn't. Like, I don't side any cards for the mirror match, except for time.
This isn't funny, by the way. That's just correct, I think. I think if you look at the representation for Ishizu tier, honestly, a tournament winning or a well-performing strategy is to just have the best deck possible in game 1 for the mirror match, I think. It's better to have the optimal deck for the mirror and then side for the other decks, I believe. The only thing I could see is like for the mirror match, you could cite something like depending on whether you're going first or second. Like for example, I think it could be reasonable to not main deck crime but only side it because you only want it if you go first. That's a reasonable thing to do. Not sure if it's correct, but you could do that. Something like along the lines of if all of you think that Scream is only good going first, you could cite Scream for going first, right? Something like that. Like you could slightly adjust your deck, but for the most part, your main deck should be very focused on the Ishizu mirror already. Okay, so with that being said, what was in your main deck? Because also if you focus your main deck so much on beating the mirror by playing like Bystials and stuff, you're gonna have a hard time against rogue decks if they prepare to beat Ishizu tier, which all of the rogue decks are going to do.
Like, yeah.
9 card side though.
Yes, I said 0 cards in the.
Did Jesse make a mistake when he used crime in game 3? We can talk about it in a second if you want. We can analyze the situation. I thought about it already. We can talk about it if you want.
Finals. Yeah.
That's sick, bro.
The entire tournament it wasn't side deck. Honestly, my side deck wasn't great. I mean, this is for rogue. I mean, that I think is fine.
My side deck.
And yeah, I figured everyone would use milling effects because I like using mill effects. I think I can keep up the long game. You get to complex game states, I can maneuver it. I feel like better than average than my opponents, so I'm comfortable doing that. I feel like more people would do that, and they just didn't. And that was fine for me. I won those games, but the matches ended up being faster. So these cards weren't that good. I only ended up having them and only used once. This card didn't draw once, whatever. This is dumb. I figured instead of scatter shot, you just turbo mill your deck.
I mean, it's freaking hilarious that he played 3 Ladybugs. It's also freaking crazy that he won against Walter Jewell because he milled 2 Ladybugs. Like, we need to talk about that. That's crazy. Because I think the way it went was like Walter Jewell discarded Dogwood to gain 1800, and then Jesse milled 2 Ladybugs on Walter's turn, which is also crazy. But yeah, I mean, that's been the word on the street is like the Ishizu tier mirror takes forever, so these types of cards might be necessary. But apparently, the one extreme, Jesse got second with using 6 of them, but Hani won without using a single one, right? Not even like a Gagaga Cowboy or something that'd be accessible from the extra deck. So, you know. Every single person I know said the time cards were shit. Literally no exception. I mean, we've seen a couple of other ways on stream though. Like Jesse in top 8 would have lost to Walter if he didn't have Ladybugs. Pac would have beaten Hani in top 32 if he just held his Dogwood. We know that as well. Like, Hani would have been out. He would have not won the tournament if Pac kept the Dogwood in hand. And that would have decided the game, right? I'm sure there are cases. It's just funny. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's 100% necessary to play 6 of them. But yeah.
Alright, Jesse, thank you so much for the profile. Anything else you want to say?
Yannick, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Welcome back. What did Pac use Dogwood to? He Dogwooded a Bystial on his turn, gained 25, and then passed, and then Hani could play like as much as he wanted. Which I think was a mistake, but okay. Okay, before we move on with some tiers, let's also look at this. The sprite list from... Come on. Vincent Vong, I think is the name. Vincent Vong, yeah. This was the sprite deck, which... It's just hand trap sprite, quite honestly. I do not agree with the second Smasher as the 41st card. I think that should be 40 cards with one Smasher. Other than that, I think it's a fine deck. I mean, I think it's a fine main deck. I think it has a chance against tier. It's not a counter to tier. It can win. especially going first. Like Elf, Toad, and a couple hand traps, probably good enough against tier. It's all right. Has the shifter in the side deck. I think it's like a tier 2 kind of thing situation. I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't think it's bad. The one thing that I really don't agree with when I'm looking at this list is why the hell he chose second after siding. He did that against Jesse and against who was it in top 8? He beat someone in top 8. Kennedy's. He beat Kennedy's in top 8 by going second. And honestly, if I'm looking at this deck, if you don't draw shifter going second, you don't win, I think. I don't think you win without shifter going second, which, I mean, shifter is in the deck, but I think going first is such a huge advantage, especially for a Sprite, because you get to make Toad before they have the Grave Shufflers. It's crazy. I think throwing that away for whatever the idea was is weird. And also, if you draw shifter going first, I think you're also just fine. Like, you can just go shifter, make some sort of board, pass, and just win on the next turn. Like, I think that's fine. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this approach. The going second after siding approach. But the deck itself, although it's nothing crazy, nothing special, and not like an insane meta call or anything, like, if you really don't want to play tier, I'd say it's playable. Right? I think it's playable if you really want to not play tier. What do you think of double cross? I think double cross is fine, but I would have probably sided it, not mained it. Mannequin Cat not good anymore? You can still play Mannequin Cat. Absolutely. Alright, Cody Angeloff, top 4.
What up, YouTube? Asian Persuasion here with my boy Slim and Bortle, and for Team Luxury. And you already know we're
oh right, he played Mass Change too. Ooh.
here with my boy Cody once again with a back-to-back 4th place deck profile, baby. And we're here at that white thing. Yeah, you gotta say it like that, bro. It's just like that. That's how you know we homies, bro.
That's whatever the fuck Chris is.
City boy plays. All right, man. Well, how was your tournament experience here at YCS Pasadena, and how's it feel to get 4th place again?
Well, 4th sucks, obviously. Rather just not top, but you know, it's whatever.
That's cap, by the way. Like, competitive spirit is one thing, but like saying like, oh, I got 4th, I would have rather just not top. That's also weak mentality.
It was pretty much what I expected, except
because it's all about understanding that like you're not gonna win every single time you top 32. You need attempts even as a good player. It's like it's part of the journey to get a win is losing in top 32, losing in top 16, losing in top 8, losing in top 4, losing in finals. It's part of the grind, part of the, you know, all that.
a lot more Flunder. I didn't play that many mirror matches. I only played like 7 or 8.
You might be joking.
That sounds like a lot, but realistically,
it didn't seem like it.
13. But besides that, like, tournament was pretty good. Deck ran smooth, and I'm pretty happy with how the deck ran.
All right, for sure. So let's start with shoutouts because we know you got them.
Oh yeah, I have a lot of shoutouts.
There we go.
Also, I already know.
I think once you've won events, anything less feels worse. Like after my YugiTuber Grand Championship win, I feel like nothing really satisfies except World's attendance at this point. Yeah, you know, there's nowhere left to go in there. I agree.
I'm going to forget a lot of shoutouts.
And I mean, if anyone knows, it'd be you, right? If anyone has a say in this, it definitely would be the, what is it, YugiTuber Grand Championship champion? Yeah, insane.
But first off, shout out Luxury. Obviously, it's Luxury, you know.
Yeah, that's your sponsor.
Shout out to Tristan for lending me most of the cards. Shout out honestly to everyone who lended me cards. Who else? Shout out to the boys back home. Shout out to Wes for flying once again with me. Shout out to Zara for housing me for this event.
Fatality, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it.
And Louise as well. Thank you so much. Shout out for Pac.
Let's go, Pac.
Yeah, shout out to Pac for losing the top 32.
That fourth place don't sound too bad no more,
and shout out to Ani, honestly, for finally getting his solo YCS.
But we need to protect Pac at all costs. Pac is so valuable to the Yu-Gi-Oh community. He's necessary from all kinds of angles. Like, we need Pac. We need to hold Pac.
He deserves it more than most people I know.
Awesome. That's humble and awesome. And let's just go and dig into the profile. You already know, Cody.
So, I play a Shizu tier, standard lineup. Except I play 2 Rhino Art. So with the new Shizu cards, I don't...
Okay, at this point, I'm considering this standard. I thought 3 was standard, but if Jesse, Hani, and Cody all come to the conclusion that 2 is correct, then there might be something to it. You might have to try that one.
I think you need multiples now because you would rather normal Merly than Rhino Heart. It plays really bad into a Bisted as well, and I would just always rather just use the effect in the graveyard to summon itself instead of just normally it. I never really needed a 3rd or missed it at all. So that was the tier monsters, and now we have the Shizu monsters. So we maxed out on the Shizu monsters except for Agido because we expected a lot of mirror matches, really, and we don't want to blind no 5, but if it happens, it happens. You already know. You better hit.
You better hit.
So one Agido because this is probably the worst one to draw. Kelbeck is a hand trap, and these are pretty much DD Crows that shuffle back into the deck. Up to 3 cards. Quick effect, by the way.
Quick.
These cards are... It's tier 0 now.
Not fair, bro.
We're in a tier 0 format once again. So, yeah. If I can grab that. Next, we play a small Bisset engine, only 3. I just wanted access to a Druid Worm if I were to mill them and then take a Magnamut, have something to search is really nice. Also giving access to Beatrice in the extra deck now. Instead of from like my Minneapolis profile where I didn't play Bistets at all. The Bistets are really good now because of these Shizu cards.
Was he maining Mass Change?
With the Bistets, also with Keldo and Medora, they add a lot of really good turn 1 like setup plays, even if it seems weak. There's just so much interruption in the mirror match, and it's so hard to push through. And then for the last monster, 3 Orange Light, because if you open this with a Shizu monster, you win.
I wouldn't say it's as simple as that. I really don't think so, but I guess it's a simplified statement.
This card was in my hand almost every game, I feel like.
That's how you know it must be winning, bro.
Next for the tier cards, only 2 Scream and 1 Heartbeat now. So we're not playing 3 Scream now because of the Shizu monsters. I know I keep referencing them all the time in this video, but like they're just broken. And Scream, it's still really good in the mirror match though, because if you do end on it or if you do search it and have the field spell, you can pop it and then get to both traps still. Spoiler, you know, it's still same trap ratio. Scream pretty much lets you get to both of your traps every time, which is really nice. Next, the only other one of
The best.
ban this card.
Yeah, I agree.
Every time I drew this card, I won.
I agree.
And then
Weird.
for, I guess, the spice.
That's the real spice.
2 Mass Change second.
I wonder what that summons.
So
I'm not sure how much I like this one. I'm thinking how much I like this, and I just like, I'm not sure I like this at all, because like I don't see how this works going second very much, and I think that would be your bigger issue in the mirror match in general, rather than having to have something for going first. on top of that, right? It's like not that great overall. Like if I wanted a card that just wins me the game going first, I can play so many cards like that do that, right? It outs Dweller, yeah, but it outs Dweller like way too awkwardly. It doesn't prevent it, right? Not sure. It seems like a card that just gives into the dice roll way too much. Like you could be playing like a Talents, right, which would also be fine going first, rather than, and also be okay going second in every matchup. Whereas like this card just isn't that. I don't know. I'm not a fan of this. Does not convince me. Also, it just takes an extra deck slot, which is very valuable in this deck. The extra deck is tight.
5 times. Every time I drew this card, I won immediately. I probably should have played 3. Now I'm thinking.
That's cap. Like there's no way. Like that either means you never drew it going second, which is incredibly lucky, or this is not true.
Didn't want to like brick on it like by drawing multiples, but if I knew that I wouldn't see it as much as I did, then I would have played 3. I didn't get the test for this event at all, so literally this whole deck was just theory. And if I had 3 of this, I probably would have won some more. But yeah, 40 cards. We were never playing over 40, obviously.
Always.
Next for the extra deck, for the links, we play both of the sprites and the dark. This is the only links that I play. I don't think you really need more because of different combos that I was doing now with the Shizu cards. I never missed any as well. These were like perfect. Next, Baron. So I don't play high spirits, but there's still a combo now with the Shizu cards with how many cards you mill during a turn, to where you can pretty much always end on this card. Next for the
Turn skip?
Yeah, XYZs. We're not going to talk about this card. This card should be banned as well, along with Instant Fusion. Baguska for when you get de-shifted, Beatrice, and Zeus. I made this card once. It was against Hani, and he burned it. So, yeah. But if he didn't have Baron, I would have won. Next for the tier monsters. Yeah, just these 3. Once again, you don't need a second kit, especially now with the Shizu monsters. You don't need a third kit ever. A second kit ever.
The only way a second kit can come up is if you play against cards like, I don't know, Kashtir or Unicorn, which is no one is playing right now, and yeah, it wouldn't even matter going second, but yeah.
And then for the other fusions, Garua, Muddragon, Dragospelia, and the Dark Claw to go with the Mash Change the second.
That's the FTK.
Also, something about playing this with the Mash Change the second, similar to the High Spirits combo, you can activate the kit effect, and then use the Mash Change the second to send the monster that you're going to summon, and then just get a free monster for free with Dark.
That isn't really an argument to play Mass Change, because that is like literally saying, oh, if you get to summon Kit Kalos, use its effect, resolve it, and draw a non-engine card, you might be in a good situation. I'm like, yeah, guess what? Like that applies to every single card in the game. Like if you're telling me, oh, you're playing this deck, you get to summon Kit Kalos and resolve it, and this other card is in your hand, so that's good. It's like that's the same thing with every single card in the game. Like that, you can literally have a Mushroom Man #2 in your hand, and that be a fine scenario for you. Like you don't care if you can resolve Kit and have another card in hand. Like,
same thing as like the Cartesia combo that everyone was doing in Minneapolis. And then for the side deck, we play 3 more Biscuits because these cards are broken against here. Next, we play Gamma. It's another orange light. You go second. You activate this card. You're probably winning the game. Also, it's one of the only other cards that can hit shift.
Yeah.
Next, Pankratops. So, this was literally just a 15th card. I never drew it. I never even milled it.
Nope.
This could have been literally anything and it wouldn't have changed. But in theory, it's really good though, because like if you get dwellers, you can summon it, attack the dweller, kill the Solic, so they can't negate something and then play after that, or like set up a board to where you can play on their turn.
I don't know if I like Pank in the mirror match, because I'm seeing a lot of people play the Asa. Not everyone does, but some people do. And could potentially be a liability if they mill for you and you get like Asa on it. Could just give them a free interruption sometimes, but yeah.
Next, 3 Lightning Storm.
Why play Pank over Fenrir? I mean, the reasoning for that could just be a space issue, right? Pank is good as a one-off, whereas Fenrir is never.
I don't really know why I played this card, honestly. Like, when my friend Tristan was telling me, yo, you gotta have something for Flu. And I, for some reason, listened to him, and yeah.
There was no way.
There should have been Dark Holes, okay?
Should have been Dark Holes.
And then, these cards. Yeah, these cards. I never sided them in all weekend.
All right, Cody. Well, congratulations on getting 4th place once again.
Yeah.
And yes, we appreciate it, and thank you for deck profile.
Thank you guys.
I think out of the list so far, I do like this one the least. The one thing that I like more about this one over Jesse's is that it is 40, but still, I don't agree with the mass change. I don't agree with the mass change. I also don't think that, yeah, Lightning Storm, like he said, if you want something for Flunder, I think there's better cards than that. Anyways, do you want to, before we move on, I want to watch some more stuff. I heard that Walter Jules' deck profile is interesting. I want to see Vlad's deck profile and some other stuff, maybe. Schmetterling, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. But before we do that, I've had some people ask about the situation in the finals, which I'm down to analyze. YCS Pasadena finals. The situation in Game 3, I think, was an interesting spot that we could look at. Final.
This is Game 1 of the finals of YCS Pasadena. Now we finally reached the kid.
So you're
Time to focus.
Right. I need to go to the toilet real quickly though, before we move on. And I need to wait. No, this was better. This was better. Okay. And then we'll talk about the situation in a second. We'll just repeat the Game 3 because Game 3. Honestly, who wouldn't want to rewatch that Game 3? That Game 3 was hype anyway. So yeah, I'll be right back. We give you some music, and then I'll be back in like a minute or something. Don't go anywhere. Be right back, chat. Okay. Okay. We are back. Did I turn on my mic again? I did. Okay, okay. Francesco, welcome back to month number 3. Appreciate you. Thank you. This is game 3 of the finals. We're gonna speed it up a little bit until we reach the point where I want to talk about it. I don't want to skip stuff just because it's a banger game anyways.
I really love those sleeves. They almost look like they're multicolored with the way the light gleams off of them. Hani starting up. Starting us off. It's the first time Hani will be going first in this match. Let's see what he's going to lead off with. Goes to main phase. Starts with Diviner of the Herald. Not the normal summon you usually want to have, but I imagine he's going to send down a Kelbeck or an Yugioh to mill 5 for both players. I can see his hand has a Suliak.
So you can see with this hand that Hani has, he is forced to go for the, he is forced to, in fact, get it twisted, how you would say. He is forced to send Yugioh here with Diviner. Because his hand, I think, is Herald of the Orange Light, Keldo, Suliak, and some spell card that I don't know which one it was. I don't remember what the spell card was. Oh, Talents. Talents, of course, it's Talents. So you have to go for Yugioh here, which I think doesn't feel great, but I mean, you have to with that hand. You can't do anything else.
Looked like he had triple tactics talent. Ooh, so maybe even more incentive to get Yugioh to mill 5 from both players. This is it. This is the beginning. You see him preparing to mill the 5.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. The same thing with my hands right now, just thinking about it.
They don't normally go this way too. It's crazy. Yeah, there we go. Again, Yugioh? No response.
No response. Both players. Let's see what we got.
Doing it.
There's another Yugioh and a Kelbeck. Things could get crazy. Okay, so Hani hit 2 names, and a Medora. And Jesse didn't hit a Medora or a Keldo, so if he doesn't have B-Seals, Hani's going to be able to resolve his 2 TR elements. Just Hovness?
Just Hovness.
Just Hovness.
Okay.
Now it's up to Jesse if he wants to trigger his Yugioh or Kelbeck. He can have both players mill another 10 right here, right now.
That seems awfully risky to go 10. I think he might go 5.
2, 3, 4.
Nope. 2, 3, 4. We're going to see 10 more from each player. Let's do it big. This is game number 3. Let's do it.
Yeah, I guess he's looking for his Keldos and Kelbecks.
Some people just like to watch the world.
I'm not sure how much I like this Medora. It's okay. It's okay.
We're going to send back Sharon. We're going to send back Instant Fusion.
Interesting. With 10 cards coming up to mill, I wouldn't want to put...
This is the first thing that I didn't agree with. It is incredibly important here. Like, how these mills go will dictate the game, right? And I think returning 2 bad mills to your deck is like statistically is a very suboptimal decision, because you're making your mill odds worse. Plus, you could have just shuffle 2 bad ones into your opponent's deck, right? Like, you could just add like Yugioh and Kelbeck back to their deck, right? Right here. I think that would have been 100% the correct call. Making your odds better for the upcoming mill 10 and making your opponent's odds worse. I think it's like a statistical difference that is actually very significant here.
Back cards I don't want to mill.
So far, right? I've just used so far.
All right, so we're chain link. 5.
He wants to move the Bestial so Jesse can dark him. He's playing 3 Magnamoots and he's going to mill 10 cards right now. He's going to have a Magnamoot most likely back anyways.
Can we make the number bigger? What say you, Jesse?
Yes.
He says yes. Let's go 6.
Druid Swarm.
Targeting my hotness? Yep. Orange it.
Orange
light pitching Kelbeck. All right, we're up to 7 now. Do I hear 8?
Yeah, why not? Okay, so it's resolved orange light.
I do not. We're saying it's 7.
Druid Swarm goes without effect. Medora, crippling Sharon, instant fusion, and Magnamoot. Alright, we're about to mill 10.
Hani's saying exactly what I'm thinking. We're about to mill 10. It's about to be crazy. Let's go. I'm so excited for this. What is going to happen? It's so cool because normally when we're watching these games in the finals, we can kind of see where it's all going to happen, how it's going to play out, and this is just could be anyone's game from this moment.
5.
No Medora or Kelbeck.
There's the Magnamoot again. That could have just been the one he shuffled and is an awful mill, right? For example.
4. 5. Okay, we got double Merly. We got Sharon. Now we're doing 5 more.
Oh, you got a Keldo. Okay, that's what he needed. At least one.
Yugioh.
There's Scream, which is going to play a big role. Like what we talked about earlier. It's like player hitting Scream versus a player not hitting Scream is a big difference.
Scream and Hovness and Sharon.
This deal.
He's looking for Keldo.
Rhino Heart.
He wants Keldo.
Seroforming. No Keldo. No.
So you resolve your fusion, the first chain.
Hani visibly displeased that he did not mill 1 copy of Keldo.
Yeah, and 10 cards. It's rough. It's tough.
So I think if he kept the Mudora as well, that could have been better. Because like the way he used Mudora, he only countered 1 name. Whereas in the mill 10 situation, it was very likely that he would be able to counter 2 names. As well as potential Rhino Heart, right? And also get rid of more shufflers, something like that.
All right, well, we're going to go Murley. Murley and Havness. And we're still in the previous chain, by the way. We haven't reached in a new chain yet. We're still doing the previous one. And that started with these fusion summon effects.
Now let's see what is next up for our players.
Should be 4, yeah. Just ended that chain. New chain. Let's do it.
It's that time again. Time for a new chain.
Is this where Hani forgets to use the Kelbeck? Because I do think, looking at this board state, Jesse has already milled Scream, all 3 names, and Rhino Heart. And you don't have a shuffler anymore, so Jesse is gonna trigger as many as he can here. So I think there's no downside to milling 5 again.
Chictalos will be chaining 1.
1 kit. 2.
He does not activate the Kelbeck. I think that is not correct.
I've only used Sharon so far.
1 Chictalos, 2 Sharon.
Sharon? Yugioh? Oh, yeah.
Taking a decent moment to consider their options here.
Yeah, and I think another one of the questions is, did we use Sharon yet?
On whose side of the field? Hani's, I'm guessing.
Well, that's a problem, too.
1, 2, 3.
No, yeah, still placing the chain. Let's think about the Rhino Heart. So 1, 2, 3 Rhino Heart, 4 Scream.
Was 1 Murley. 2 Murley. 2 Havness.
Murley, Havness.
3 Rhino.
Rhino.
4 Scream. Rhino, Scream. Got it.
And now we're chaining a Keldo. That's chain link 5. What's going back?
In a mirror like this, how do you track all of these effects? In the feature match, I'm pretty sure the judges were supposed to help keep track with it. In a regular game, I think you are forced to write this shit down. Like, you are allowed to write down what has been used on the turn, and I highly recommend everyone to do that for you and your opponent. Which effects have been used.
He's activated which one right now?
And I would also recommend that you encourage your opponent to do the same thing, just so you both have matching things, right?
What's your like 1 of this chain?
Do I have to bring my own paper? Yes, you do. Yes, you have to bring your own life points stuff.
Sharon? Chain link 2 is your Sharon, right? I'll tell you the Sharon. Target Rhino Heart.
I'm pretty sure he's using an effect for the second time here. He's using all 3 tiers. No.
Rhino Heart.
I don't think so.
Okay. Alright, resolving Keldo. Yep, and then resolving Scream.
Now the chains are finally resolving. Cards get shuffled back thanks to Keldo. Scream is going to add Crime. And now I think Rhino Heart is the next one that resolves.
And that's going to summon and send a card. from hand.
So he's going to send the Soliak. That's my favorite card to send Reinhardt. You get to summon a monster, send a monster, and add a monster all at once. Now the Merle's putting back a Beastiel in itself to go for Mud Dragon. That's 2 monsters, same attribute, different types.
Yeah, he used one in the previous mill, but he didn't use all 3 here. He only used Merle and, yeah, no, it's fine.
These 3 go back, and that makes Kaleidoheart.
I'm going to summon first, yeah.
And now we finally
No,
reached
this is
the
all
Kid
fine.
Close that was initially summoned.
How many cards are in there?
Quite some time ago.
Yeah, being able to shift the attribute of Mud Dragon is interesting. In a deck where most of the things are dark, but Mud Dragon is not, being able to shift it over, get that targeting protection to move over to dark.
Yeah, and if you don't shift it over, you can also still use it with the bigger fusion of the Kaleidoheart and
At this point, I thought Jesse had it.
Well, there too, but yeah, I do like
I mean, he
dark.
wasn't like
Shooting on the board,
guaranteed
having
to
that
have
fusion,
it, but he was
protecting
looking
from
okay in
stuff
this
like
spot. Yeah, I do agree. I think he was looking
Somebody's still
okay.
figuring out what he wants to do with this Kid Talos here.
I believe so. A lot of things have happened since he activated it in the first place. I would imagine the circumstances have changed significantly in terms of what he does or doesn't want.
Yeah, not hitting that Keldo off the mills really hurt Hani. He's going to send Rhinoheart with Kitalos. And now, on a new chain... You can do Chain Link 1 Rhino, and now Jesse will be chaining 2 Soliak. Oh, Kaleidoheart also will trigger.
To shuffle back.
So here, I've heard some people say it may have been a mistake. It may have been a mistake that he targeted the Kid Kalos instead of the Diviner. But I don't think that's true. I think targeting the Kid Kalos here is correct. Because leaving the Kid Kalos guarantees a Dweller. He doesn't know that there's a Talents. He cannot know that there is a Triple Tactics Talents in hand. And yeah, I think that's I think targeting the Kid Kalos here is reasonable. Absolutely.
Jesse actually not in bad shape right now. Soliak adds Sharon the hand from Jesse. That Kaleidoheart spins the Kitalos back.
How many cards are in your hand? 5. And you added Crime and Sheeran. So Crime, Sheeran, and 3 other cards. This has been summoned. This is ready summoned. Chain 1, chain 2. And I have not used Merely, correct?
You have not used Merely. Hold on a second. Chain 3, call dark.
So he is going to swap the attributes to dark here with the Mud Dragon.
Yeah. It's been so long since this chain started, I completely forgot that Reinhardt was going to be a thing here. All right, so Reinhardt was sent with Kid Close.
Yep, now it comes back.
The thing that I do kind of see now, actually, is that if you don't predict the talents, it might actually be better to send the Diviner. Because if you go Mud Dragon Call Dark, the Kid Kalos cannot target itself. The Kid Kalos cannot target itself, so you could just leave the Kid Kalos up, potentially. I think you might want to shuffle in the Diviner here. You might actually be right. And then if you shuffle in the Diviner, the only card that could get rid of the Mud Dragon would be Talons, which he had Talons, he takes the Mud Dragon. He's forced to take the Mud Dragon with Talons. And then he can Kid Kalos tag out, but what's the point of going Kid Kalos tag out at that point? Hani has used everything in the graveyard, pretty much. So it may have actually been better. It may have actually been better to shuffle the Diviner, the more I think about it, yeah. These matchups are very, very complicated. So yeah, it's hard to say, but I think there is some merit to shuffling in the Diviner. Because Mud Dragon prevents Kid Kalos. Prevents Kid Kalos, and on top of that, the only out to it would be Talents, in which case it's invalidated anyways. It doesn't matter.
Now Honey's triggering the Merely he sent.
We're good. 30 minutes.
Yo, what's up, Pac? How are you?
Plenty of time.
Already
Even
back
short
home?
time. They still
Hope
have
you had a
15
good
minutes or so.
flight.
Plenty of time.
Send those two back.
Make Mud Dragon.
Yep, Mud Dragon of his own.
Now he's going for Abyss Dweller, I'd imagine. This is still Hani's first turn. So
Yes, this is the first turn of the duel.
It may look like Hani's trying to break the board, but that is not the case. Looks like he's going to detach the Rhino Heart for Abyss Dweller to use this effect right now.
Triple attack, Stalin.
He's going to take the Mud Dragon.
You can literally hear Pac in the
Level
video,
6
by
monster
the
for
way.
Baron DeFleur. He's going to use Baron's effect to destroy Kaleido Heart.
And now he's warp speed, now that he knows that all the stuff's going to work. All right, so Jesse's stuck under Abyss Dweller. Hani's got a negation from Baron DeFleur.
Yeah, Sharon, Prime, Prime.
Jesse does have a lot of cards in his hand that he was able to add from these mills, though. But does he have something to do about this Dweller? Will Dweller Baron be enough to win Hani the YCS Pasadena Championship?
Attaches to activate again.
It's like Dweller Baron. At this point, honestly, everyone was like super hyped. But I thought Jesse was winning at this point of the game. I'm gonna be honest. Jesse has 6 cards in hand, and Hani doesn't have follow-up yet. Like, not really follow-up. So I thought Jesse could potentially win this at this spot.
So how many cards does Jesse have in hand right now?
I think at least 6, if not 7.
It's a few.
He did use Herald of Orange. Was this where Herald of Orange Light and then got heralded? No, that was the last game, I think. Only Hani had Herald of Orange Light this game, if I can speak.
No, there's a Herald. You can see it's at the graveyard. I think it just got sent there, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, milled, but yeah, Hani was the only one who used it. And now Jesse's going to reveal Keldo, discarding Mudora. That's my class. I love that. All the things that I love the most is, bring back Rhino Heart, discarding Soliak, Keldo, discarding Medora. Those are all my favorite bread and butter combos, and these players doing that excellently here in the finals. You just get so much value out of it, because now immediately Jesse has 2 shuffle back effects online. Well, I guess not, since he's going to not be on the field. They're in the graveyard and being under Abyss Dweller, he won't be able to use them this turn.
He's going to activate the Baron negation here. And I guess the play is just, if you're thinking about it, like, what can Jesse do without the graveyard? He's going to need spell cards.
Or beast deals. He's going to need something that's not a tier limit. Spell cards would be a good one. Maybe something like triple tactic talent.
A little reversal of fortune with the triple tactics.
And if you can't clear the board, you can still set up maybe like a Primeval Planet.
So I don't know Jesse's hand right now. It's definitely Sharon plus a... It's definitely Sharon plus a crime.
Once the Dweller's done, he can do some effect during his Hani's turn to kind of clear the board.
And then 2 other cards. I forgot which one it was.
Maybe like 1 in hand?
Looks like 4 cards for Jesse. One of them should be a crime, should it not?
Yes. And a Sharon, I believe.
Crime and Sharon.
I'll also say right now, I think if Jesse played 2 Saliaks, he would have won this game. Because he could have searched the second Saliak instead of Crime. Because he searched Crime because he had Saliak in hand already to discard for Rhino Heart. If he played a second one to search, Sharon attack Dweller, set Saliak, most likely wins the match. On the spot. The only reason why he's losing this match is because his back row is specifically Crime out of all the cards it could be. Out of all the tail limit traps. Like, Crime is like the one that loses him the match here. Because it's like so hard to activate. It's like not activatable in like an open game state when the Baron just goes to attack the Sharon. Right?
That's 1800 over 1700.
And
sets 1 card, so he's going to have a tier limit monster on the field, so the Crime is available. Let's see if the standby phase, Hani decides to put this Baron back in the extra deck.
Main phase.
Nope, stays on the field, going to want to use that destruction effect. Or does he just not using effects and tries to go to battle?
Yeah, I think he just attack.
Yep.
You don't think it was better to use Sharon effect than Hani? Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, no, I agree. If you play Baguska, you go activate Sharon. That's something else I wanted to say. Your hand was Mudora, Keldo, Sharon, and then 2 others. I think you start with Sharon every time. I'm gonna be honest, I just think Jesse didn't think he would negate the Keldo. I think he didn't expect him to negate the Keldo. To be quite honest. Yeah, I know you do negate Keldo, but I think he didn't expect him to.
But now,
for some
now what
reason.
is Hani's follow-up after this? Jesse has Medora and Keldo in the graveyard to shuffle back cards. Hani does have a Sharon.
Because, like, you just go Sharon effect. If they negate, then you still have the Keldo. You can still go Keldo, summon, search, normal summon. It works. You get to Baguska 100%, right? So I think there were. I think that's a winning line. I think that's a winning line. The Sharon effect. You Zeus him? Do you? Oh yeah, if he negates Sharon, you Zeus him. Yeah. He cannot negate Sharon.
Discarding Hotness.
Not what I want.
And
It's a
Mudora.
Mudora.
Let me see your good.
Mudora's at least something. But now that he has his own Mudora, he can put back his own Abyss Dweller and find a way to make it again. If he just gets another level 4 monster onto the field.
Ooh, that would be nasty. Does he have any more cards in his hand?
I think he has one left, maybe? No, he has none, maybe. Yeah, you're right.
Jesse doesn't play Zeus though,
Doesn't
Pac.
activate Hotness.
Jesse didn't play Zeus, but I still think like activating Havness is like you activate Havness if they negate Sharon. I mean, you activate Sharon if they negate. You just go Keldo, search a normal summon that, make Baguska, or you can actually just go. You can actually just go. No, it has to be Baguska, but like Baguska is fine. You can make Dweller to play around Havness. Wait, but Dweller isn't strong enough, is it? There's no yeah. It's a little tougher, but I think it's a better line than the one we took.
Here from Jesse or Mudora.
Targets 1, 2, and Hotness.
I want to put that Kaleido Heart back so you can summon it again.
It's another iteration, by the way, for you, all of you guys. Oh, Scream is so bad going second into Dweller, Andes. If he had Scream here, he probably wins the game. Because Scream in the long run just probably gets him to play.
He's going to chain the Mudora to put back Keldo. His own Abyss Dweller. And put back those 1 of cards from your extra deck so you can reuse them later on.
By the way, this is something else. I don't think I agree with Hani focusing so much on making Dweller again in such a simplified game state. I think going for something like big Kaleido Heart with Saliak, stuff like that, it might be a more might be a better situation.
And Mud Dragon. Yes, Mud Dragon. And now Jesse will chain his Keldo. Targeting Kelbeck, Yugioh,
and Diviner.
Okay. So these two go back. One of your guys is Spanish, so these go back.
Everything going back where it belongs.
And that means the Havness will resolve?
I think that might just be a different Havness. Because that was only like the first card that Jesse targeted, I think.
That's like the Baron pop down Sharon? Yep.
Effective Baron to destroy his own Sharon. Sharon effect's going to trigger.
Here we go.
Like the Sharon? Yep.
We've got everything out of the graveyard now.
There's like so many cards Jesse could have here that would have been able to win him the game. Like another Bestial wins him the game right here. Oh, okay.
No more shufflebacks left. Jesse's used them both.
That's going to be Kicked Hollows.
And I haven't used Merle yet.
You can see Honey Speed picking up here. He's going to grab Soliak. He's going to use the Kicked Hollows effect here to summon back Rhino Heart. Chainlink 1, Rhino Heart. Chainlink 2, Kicked Hollows.
Like, I think here, I don't agree with going for Mud Dragon to make another Dweller. I think here against 2 cards in hand, if you go Kaleido Heart, shuffle the Crime into the deck, and you have Kaleido Heart, Sulliak, plus the Barone tag out into whatever, I think that's a safer situation than the one that he has, because he's, like, against any Bestial, he's in trouble, right? You know what I mean?
Looking really good for Hani here. The battle phase has already been done, but
he can still get back to that Dweller, though, now that's in there. Back in the extra deck.
And he mills a Scream and another Mudora here, so it's going to be more layers of disruption. And the Rhino Heart is going to be able to send down the Merely name that he needs.
Especially with more Grave Shufflers. I think you win if you just go Kaleido Heart here. Yeah, because he has a Shuffler as well, it just makes it even more... yeah. I think ever since he recycled the Dweller, he was a little bit too focused on making it again. Even though in such a simplified game state, I think having like the bigger monsters and better interactions is better than having the Floodgate again. Like, there's no reason to Floodgate a 3-card hand when you have a Grave Shuffler in the graveyard, rather than just making Kaleido Heart, getting rid of the Crime. He was nervous. It's all good. I'm just trying to analyze.
Combo here for Hani, using his Dweller again. Set the Sulliak. Draw phase. Activates the Dweller.
Standby phase?
Standby phase. He's going to return the Baron.
I need translation. I have Neuron.
Oh, it's in the standby phase. He's going to swap that Baron back into the extra deck, special summon something from the graveyard.
Yeah, definitely wants to get one of the tier elements, maybe Merely to mill 3, and he also has the Sulliak that'll be online then. There it is, Abyss Dweller. Definitely an iconic card here this weekend. I mean, it's been an iconic card for about a decade now.
I assume Jesse's taking a look probably at whether or not it's a cost to send it back into the extra deck.
Goes back. See if he brings back Rhino Heart, and then Rhino Heart can send for Confusion Summon again.
I love the best thing about this final is Pack in the background. Low key, the most hyped thing about this final is Pack in the background.
Kitalos with a Sulliak. That's an effect negation, mill 5. He's not done yet. The Bestials are the way Jesse can climb out of this game. But Hani does have a Mudora to chain as another layer of protection. He won't get to Fusion Summon, but that means the Bestial stays in Jesse's hand. He might not be able to deal with the board.
Takes another look in there.
This is another instance.
What is really a whole lot of stuff he won back to Jesse's deck there.
Not particularly.
Taking a look at some of his power spells.
Here, I think I like Instant Fusion. Did we take Instant Fusion? Yeah, okay.
Instant Fusion, and Jesse's still got, what, 2 cards in hand?
I think so.
2 plus the Saurian.
Yeah, which isn't going to do much from this turn. Hani not on many cards, but enough control of this game maybe to finish things off.
Well, we're going to see the return of normal summon Sheeran.
No,
I don't know how good that is this time, because this Abyss Dweller is big.
Not as well as the other one.
Incidentally buffing Reinhardt as well.
I mean, Hani doesn't have anything like proactive right now, so Jesse could theoretically kind of pass almost and be okay, but he does have Mudora, which is going to normal summon.
Normal's good.
And then passes.
Normal summon, pass on Mudora.
He has to normal summon his Mudora, by the way. He has to normal summon it. Because he needs it in the graveyard for disruption.
Field now. Let's see what Hani draws. If he draws,
or like he needs it on the field to be able to shuffle stuff in the grave to not lose.
Switches to attack position. And we still got that Bestial to contend with as well that can block some attacks.
Battle phase.
Just goes to battle phase.
22 over 15.
I think so. And now Reinhardt's going to connect for 1900.
2000.
Sorry.
Okay.
Pardon? 2000. I'm at 41 to 79.
That's it for Hani. Maybe he drew a beast. No, if he drew a beast, he would have summoned it probably. Draw phase. Hani's going to activate Abyss Dweller. For the 3rd turn in a row? The 4th turn in a row.
Turn in a row on his own.
Yep. We know Jesse has the beast deal that he can try and summon right now. Normal summon Merely. Does he use the effect of mill 3 here?
1, 2, and 3, and hits a bunch of names.
No good here under Dweller. It'll be nice to use them for fusion materials later if he does make it past this turn. So he's run Abyssal or out materials twice now. Do you think Hani will be able to summon a third time? It would require some...
It's a little sketchy. He'd probably need the Diviner again.
Something
So
crazy.
we're approaching the situation that we want to talk
So yeah,
about.
here comes the Saranir. He's probably just trying to put some monsters on the board, because yeah, if he could just deal... I'm surprised. Did he not have like a Hobness or a Merly to summon back previously? He chose with the Reinhardt? I don't know. That was a while ago. But now the Saranir's coming down, banishing Merly. Goes to battle phase, attacks over Reinhardt.
Here.
He's going to activate Celiac here.
This is the situation that people are confused about. Jesse uses Crime on the Celiac. Jesse uses Crime on the Celiac, and some people have been saying how he shouldn't have done that. And I'm thinking about whether it's correct or not. Because we know that Hani does not have a tier limit in hand, right? And from that perspective, of course, it's like easy, right? If you know they don't have a tier limit in hand, then of course you would just crime this. Of course you would just let it resolve, because it wouldn't matter. So the question you have to ask yourself in these types of situations is like, could this be a bluff from Hani? Which it is, right? It's a bluff. This Celiac is terrible if it resolves. He doesn't want it to resolve. He's trying to force the crime. That's the interesting thing about both of this. About the situation, right? Because Hani knows that Jesse has crime. Right? Hani knows that Jesse has crime. He can crime the Rhino. He can crime the Rhino. The problem is with that. Wait. He can crime the Rhino. Celiac would stay on the board, which is bad. You would know that there's a tier limit in hand. I'm just thinking, you attack the Dweller, and in main phase 2 you can make Dark. I'm trying to think of the outcomes here for Jesse. I'm trying to think, what is the card in his hand? Let me see what the card in his hand is first, that he discards for the
Jesse
Crime.
finally uses Crime, which has been there.
A Keldo. Okay, the card in his hand is a Keldo. The last card in Hani's hand was a Bestial. So the way this works is, I think if Jesse lets this one resolve, he wins the game. I think if he does not negate the Celiac, he wins the game, because Hani has to send his Rhino Heart, cannot bring back the Rhino Heart. You attack over the Dweller, because you get a replay with the Saronir. And the board is empty, and Hani only has a Celiac on the board and a Magnamut in hand, which you can probably outmaneuver. It's such a tough call to make, though. It's such a tough call to make. It's an insane bluff by Hani, by the way. If anything, it's like it's well played by Hani. The question is, what card could it be? What card could it be in Hani's hand that would make this correct, right? For Jesse, right? If it's a Sharon, you want to negate the Rhino. You want to negate the Celiac. But then you have to ask yourself the question, would that Sharon have been summoned, maybe, the turn before? Would he have summoned a Sharon? Would he have used a Havness so far? Right? If it was a tier, he would have summoned it. Would he though? If it was a tier, would he have summoned the tier? Right? Merly, yes. Merly would have been summoned every time. It cannot be Merly. Rhino Heart, yes, would have been summoned, 100%. Sharon, Would you have summoned Sharon in that spot? Because you could go Sharon, make Dark. You could go Sharon, make Dark. Revive something, make Sprint. If it was Sharon, yes, because you go Saliak, negate the Shuffler, and that was a kill shot. Sharon, negate the Saliak, negate. They can just chain the Shuffler, though, to dodge the Saliak, but I guess that's 22, 2018. That was going to be 6k. That was not game immediately. Yeah, but you can chain the Shuffler. You can dodge the Saliak so it doesn't send, right? No, wait, but wouldn't that apply? Wouldn't that apply to every single Tearlament, though? Wouldn't you just go Saliak, target the Mudora, to send your Rhino to just revive the Rhino? With any Tearlament? Oh, so it just can't be a Tearlament. It can't. I don't think it can be a Tearlament. It literally can't be a Tearlament because you. I mean, look, it's taken us like 5 to 10 minutes to figure this out. So like, I don't blame Jesse for not figuring it out in 5 seconds. But the more you think about it, I don't think it can be a Tearlament. It could. It's not Scream. You would activate Scream 100% of the time. You would set. I mean, a second Saliak. It could be as a second Saliak. Monzi Vase 9, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Yeah, I don't think it can be a Tearlament. I don't think it can be a Tearlament. Also, you would flip face up. You would flip the Saliak face up as well, right? Yeah. You would use the Saliak if it's a Tearlament. Oh. Yeah. I think it's incorrect to crime here, actually. The more I think about it, it's incorrect to crime. And it's also, on the other hand, though, in that case, it's also incorrect for Hani to bluff, right? It's also very much incorrect for Hani to attempt a bluff when his bluff is actually not believable, right? That's what you have to think about in situations like that. When you have the opportunity to run a bluff, you have to ask yourself, is it believable, right? Shank, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it. Running a bluff when it's not believable is very, very dangerous, because potentially what would happen here if Jesse calls the bluff is the Saliak just resolves, sends the Rhino Heart, the Rhino Heart cannot trigger, you get a replay, Saronir attacks the Dweller, and then suddenly Jesse is in the driver's seat against the Magnamut in hand. So, yeah. That is very interesting. Crazy. Okay, well, I mean, that's a very interesting... Honestly, that is a freaking... I'm very glad that we are rewatching this one, because when I watched it, it was mainly just like hype and very down to the wire. And I had the impression that both of these played it like flawlessly at the time. I think the more you think about it, the more it shows the ins and outs of this mirror match that are kind of crazy. Where I think there's actually multiple spots in this game 3 where both of them could have improved some stuff, right? Where like Hani could have chosen better shuffle ins before the mill 10. Hani didn't activate Kelbeck when he should have. I think Hani also used one of his shufflers too soon in turn 1. I think Jesse could have potentially thought about shuffling in the Diviner with the Kaleido Heart. Jesse would have won if he had played a second Saliak, which is just not in his deck. That's not a gameplay mistake, but he would have if he did. And Hani's bluff was actually not believable, so he shouldn't have done it. That's also something that maybe threw Jesse off, right? Maybe he was like, that bluff is not believable, so it can't be a bluff for some reason. Maybe Hani made a mistake last turn and kept the Tearlament in hand, right? Possibly. Could be something. You can talk yourself into these types of things, definitely, in these scenarios, but yeah.
Not long.
And did
All game.
Hani not happy there's some claps for that.
Well, I'm assuming he thought that through because he knows that it's been there the whole time.
Yeah, he definitely is, but Jesse Biswell just one card in hand.
You know why? You know why I don't think it's believable? Is also because he was disappointed by his draw. I don't think any Tearlament that last turn is a disappointing draw. To be fair.
Jesse has Mudora now, or Keldo in the graveyard.
Prime says, shuffle that card into the deck, then send one monster from your hand to the graveyard.
He did.
I didn't see you send it.
I did send it. I did wait
didn't see you do
send
it.
it first. But
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's fine there. He did, in fact, send the monster. Just a little out of order. Not a cost. Divine Wrath is cost. This is not. So these two are becoming Dark, the Dark Charmer. Oh, but his last card is Magnemite!
That's exactly what he needed. It's a monster on the board. It's going to give him another monster. All he needs is damage right now. What a top deck.
Man.
What a top deck.
He slammed that thing on the table.
I wondered when he was holding a card, is it a bestial he's holding the Timely Summon? And in fact, was that Magnemite? He's going to be able to add the Druid Swarm at the end phase here. Let's see if he still summons the Druid Swarm during the end phase.
I mean, at this point it's already game, right? 5,067 minus 1850 is already guaranteed game. There's nothing that Dark can search, right?
Yeah, I think you try.
He doesn't need to draw anything. It doesn't matter. There's nothing that Dark can search that would impact game on the spot, right?
So that your opponent has to use the Keldo, right? Right. You got to draw it out now.
Running his numbers, seeing if he has
Battle
the board
Fader.
Text with Dark. I believe he has 5,067, 67 minus 1850.
Druid Swarm? I don't think Dark can search Druid Swarm. Isn't Dark like 1,500 attack? What's the break point? 1,500 defense, right? You can't search a Bestial with Dark. No. Lampy, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We're rewatching Game 3 right now and analyzing it, but we're almost done with it.
Go to game. Go for game.
As long as that Dark, when destroyed, doesn't search something that Jesse can summon.
Very true. That Dweller is out of materials. So he's going for the Druid Swarm.
So during the end phase.
He doesn't use the Keldo. Oh, he shuffled it back with his own. Okay, I don't think he had one.
The pitched it with the Crime, right?
Oh, yeah, he did have it. That's it. Ruby Summon, Druid Swarm, affects it, and mine.
It's a very hype finals. And I think, honestly, while reanalyzing it, it made me appreciate the format a little bit more, to be honest. I think if you look at the ins and outs of this match, it was actually genuinely interesting. Especially because it came down it was so close where if either of these players decides a little bit differently in some of these spots, it can literally go either way until the literal last second of the match, which is crazy. So yeah, that was a hype finals, dude. I'm not gonna lie, after this finals, after I finished streaming, even though it was like 3:30 in the morning, I couldn't sleep for like at least 30 minutes or an hour. Because I was just like, I was pumped after this finals. That was a crazy finals to have happened. Okay, with that out of the way, I think that was very interesting. Let's go back into the tank to study the format a little bit more for Dortmund. We have Gabriel Nets, which I really want to see, because I think there's some spicy stuff in that deck. Walter Jewell always has some very solid deck profiles, I think. And then Dominic Couch, there's a couple of bangers in this deck profile list. We're gonna have I know it's Ishizu. I know it's Ishizu tier over and over, but you know, that's the work you gotta put in if you want to prepare for a tier 0 format, I suppose. Can you send us the Google Doc link? Is !! spreadsheet in chat? What is this Wicked situation here, though? Wicked in chat. Wicked's in chat. What the hell?
What is up, guys? It's Cormac from The Disciples here, and we are here with
Sam, Gabe, Marcus.
And you guys all had a great weekend here at YCS Pasadena.
Oh, I enjoyed myself.
Gabe, you came in a top 8. Sam, you ended up in top 16. And Marcus, you finished on a 90 record. And
34. It is what it is. It's a top record.
Yeah, of course.
We count those.
And what deck did you guys all play this weekend?
Oh, we played She's a Tier.
Shocking. Yeah.
I think our list is pretty different than everyone else's, though, which is kind of interesting.
Okay.
So there's a couple of things to discuss.
Cool. Yeah. There was a lot of discussion that went into the stack list, so I'm sure you guys have a lot you want to get out of it. So we'll get right into it.
All right. So let's name that first. Tiers, we went for the 12 tiers ratio. It's kind of standard. I think almost everyone was on this. I think
First time we see this, actually, so it is funny that he called this standard.
how do you was playing 2 months ago?
Very important. It is indeed very important, yeah, I agree. Isn't that, what is that reference? It's like, it's some kids, it's Fortnite, right? Oh yeah, true. Is Fortnite actually overrated? I get it. That's funny.
I did like this, which was tier.
Yeah. It's one of the easiest part of the deck.
Yeah, so it's so used at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Our Shizu ratios are kind of different. Like, I do want to expand on this. We played 3 Caldo, 3 Modara, and 3 Karelback. And you played differently, right?
Yeah, I played 1 Yugioh. So I played 1 Yugioh only because I wasn't sure on how much rogue I'd play, and the ability for you to have to make your opponent mill 5 and make them mill all the engine cards I thought was really good. But after seeing like the matchup spread that was in the tournament, I do think probably 3 was correct. That you didn't really need to mill 5.
Yeah, so the way we see those cards is that Karelback is a hand trap in the mill here. It's actually a very good hand trap. Because what happens a lot is people try to make Dweller and then mill you. Because they try to make Dweller, then mill, because they want to mill a shuffle, mill their mill 5 and mill under Dweller. And when that happens, you can Karelback monster Dweller. It's pretty good, because I think like as long as you get to your turn and you're not under Dweller, you're fine. And we play those as mills, right? Like Kaldo's fine to draw if another one, but those kind of mad. We can normal summon them. You can if you drop pairs, they're good. And if you mill them, they're super insane. And you need them because people are milling blind. I think this is a call that we made that we were right. Like most people in Top Cut were just activating the mill 5s, even in the mirror match. Even if they knew it was a mirror match, they were doing it because they thought they could win the milling war. But we disagree on that point. And I think you can play games a lot less stressful. Like there's games like you don't need to get to the point of like mill 5, get chain link 9, just make Dweller and cry when you pass. You win.
I also want to say people forget about the on-field effect, and it's so important. When you're trying to crack boards and the Dweller, when you're trying to like even going first to play around halfness, the mill 5 from the field is so strong. And there's minimal disadvantage on starting.
I like playing 9 of these. I think Agido is like it can go 3, 1, or 0. I think I can get behind playing only 9.
If you're not going to use your normal summon, you could just normal summon this and just play around halfness.
Like the strongest thing is when you go like Kaldo pitch 1, especially if you pitch this guy, but even if you pitch this, and then you number Rhino, because like one of the ways to lose the mirror I feel is like Halvin is just popping off. Like those like he's seeing Halvin, like 2 names, then he like start fusion something 3 times in your turn. So nah, this is sick. Really like the ratio. And then this is the card you play different to play the Agido because you play 40. Me and Sam played 3 Magnemite and Drissworm. You played 2 Magnemite?
2. But I would have, if I could go back and I saw the amount of Shizu 2 that there were, I would play 3. I didn't want too many cards that were bad versus Rogue, but it was all a Shizu 2 at the event.
Yeah. I mean, this is just was so good all weekend, especially given that we have the Guru in TCG, Rents OCG, and it makes it Beatrice.
Or honestly on the lower end. From what I've seen so far out of the people that did well. Worth noting that they did probably maybe not consider that Drissworm could be better than Magnamute, because that's what Jesse said. Either not agree with it or didn't consider it. Because like I do agree, it's a hard thing to... Some of the things in deck building are like hard to discover because they're so not obvious. It's like when you look at Magnamute, it's like everyone would say, yeah, that's the best Bestial. So like coming to the conclusion that you should play Drissworm over Magnamute is like really hard. Oh, they talk about it. Okay.
Gives you additional access to get to the Crime Celiac or further tiers extender if need be, which is really good. And Beatrice is obviously just great to end on as well.
Yeah, I know people that didn't play Magnamute because they say that you can, if they know you, they can dark take this Magnamute. I think that argument's a bit fake, honestly, because if they're dark taking our Magnamute because they milled you, and they milled you and they're playing, so you're under the Dweller probably. you probably already lost the game. I don't think the difference between winning and losing is the fact that they dark to the Magnemut. And if they milled you not under Dweller, usually on the Shuffler Wars, you can just shuffle your own Magnemuts back. So it doesn't really matter there. So now I'm really glad I played Street. Because it's insane for me all weekend. I played 14 mirror matches. So every single match I played was a mirror. It's kind of crazy. I think we underestimated the amount of mirrors in general, right?
Sure.
Like I think our guys were like 6, 7 for Swiss. Yeah, I played 11. Marcus, maybe?
I think maybe 8.
I think I played 7.
So yeah, like there's a lot of issues here. So this is very good.
Yeah.
This is also different from our list. We played Stein. So one thing we're going to realize is that we don't actually play Orange Light, which I think is a mainstay on most people's lists. Because we don't play Orange Light, we don't have to play Diviner to boost those numbers. And we're testing Stein. First we had Stein with Exterior. Because the idea is that you just have like a extra HP even and stuff like that. But we realized that Stein is just a generally good card. Like it's very good to buy stats. It works when they empty Dweller you.
It makes summoning these cards a lot more easier, so you can play around hand traps even more, and it gives you the ability to make 4 fusions in one turn.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like a second instant fusion in a way. There's some games like I was gonna end on a weak board, but I milled Stein, and then I can Alfred Born Stein, and I can Stein someone like Garura, then I can make like an IP or a Sprint. Like it's super set.
And it's not the Mud Dragon material.
Yeah, exactly. Mud Dragon Stein. Mud Dragon Stein so many times. It's also important to keep this away from your graveyard.
For sure.
Yes,
You don't want to dark take it.
for sure.
Because if it's good for you, it's good for them.
They all played the same deck, yeah, so Marcus did decide to not play Rika anymore, which I think we're going to hear a lot of stories like that. You know, people, I might have to give up my beloved Sprite, Marcus had to give up Rika, that's what Ishizu Tier is going to do to us, most likely. Potentially, you know.
So yeah, so I think I want to talk about no Orange Light before we go, because I think that's like a big part of our list, right?
Sure.
Most people were playing a bigger Ishizu package and Orange Light. We think Orange Light's kind of weird in the mirror, because when Orange Light pitch a guy that mills, it's awkward because you're milling them in a lot of scenarios. They have a shuffler and you don't, so you're kind of just going to casino. And you have to play more cards like extra Guidos that we didn't want to play.
Yeah.
So I was very, very happy I didn't play Orange Light.
I think that was just initially a straight one-to-one take from OCG, and I think if this format develops, it might not see as much play because it doesn't really, aside from shift to anything, you want to have to invest that resources.
Link to the video, ! Spreadsheet. You're going to have the list of all the decks in top up.
If you're playing for the mirror, you
from the
find
Septo spreadsheet. Shout out
if you're
to
playing versus
Septo.
Rogue, you didn't want the shufflers in your deck both sides.
Yeah.
So then like it kind of messed up the math on Orange Light where you like committed to play it or like it was something you had to side out. So we would rather just have a better card for the mirror and side in better cards for the road decks.
Yeah, just make them side better. I was having this conversation with people, and they were just keeping all these shields into everything. But then, like, you have like Mudoras against Flunder because you have.
The video is a little low. I can't really turn up the volume much more.
So yeah, no regrets there. Sorry, this is my interruption. Chief as well.
Yep, of course.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, and then best field spell.
My G. Another copy.
Yeah.
Another copy. Shout out to Aaron.
I'm making this honestly one of the best cards in the deck. It literally gets you to field spell, it gets you to this, and it outs the Mystic Mind.
Yeah.
It just does everything. And it can be a hand trap because if they start doing the field spell effects, if you really wanted to, you could set rotation up.
I wanted all weekend for someone to go battle phase, and I go, okay, start battle phase, set rotation. I didn't even leave it once. So.
fair.
Another cool thing with Setrot is that one of the ways you can beat mine is that they chain a shuffler in grave while they have field spell. And then on resolution, the field spell triggers pop your mine. But if you set rotation, you clear your field spell. And then you just with mine. Mine was insane for me all weekend. I had a crazy game. I remember, like around 5, I think I opened like 2 mines, 2 Mudoras, and a Crime going first. So I activated mine. I normal summoned Mudora. He said Crime and passed. He summoned Caldo pitching a guy. I banished my Mudora because again they forget about the field effects. And they just locked with their mine. Like it's just like I love going
There's
first.
so many different interactions where this card is. It works so well with the deck. And the end board that people, I know that this is the end board you struggle to beat. It's Dweller. It's like Dweller, Shufflers, and they've got cards now, and it's so tough for you to beat that. But there's a world where you can't. This card lets you beat it because you can activate it, play through the mine. You can have a Shuffler, trade for the Shuffler so they have no Shufflers, and you can set up your Shufflers to stop their cards in their hand. And there's not many cards there's no cards in the format that really do that by itself. And like you can't really bank on drawing 2 others in this deck because it's all engine. The deck is all engine. You don't really want to play more non-engine because it makes your deck worse. So this card just kind of was perfect. And these 2 cards are just also consistency cards too if you need the field spell.
Yeah, and the deck the deck does kind of struggle for consistency because we play Lazy Shizus. So our Caldos are not as starters as other people's decks. So this being an actual consistency card.
Yeah, we're not mid 5, so we're like our deck is a bit more inconsistent.
Yeah, we're trying to do less. We're trying to do enough, right?
Yeah,
That's the approach we went for. But I'm really happy with this. We went for Tree Scream.
Yeah, also because we're playing less of the Mill 5s, this traffic is much better.
Yeah, amazing card.
It's another consistency card, and again, because we're not trying to do huge boards, hitting this off your Mill 5 or Mill 8 from Caldos really helps. And it's
ending your turn 1 with it is also insane.
Yeah, exactly. It's just a generally good card. It's very good against Sprite, because it like literally pressure stowed. It's very good against Rogue. In the mirror, we side Chew out because it kind of just does advantage Dweller, right?
Yeah.
But like going first is a generally super good card.
Also, it plus a treat summon Disted out and Abramax, which can be a bit of an issue for some decks.
Oh, I don't know that. That's funny.
That's really sick.
Yeah, that's relevant. Yeah. Very nice.
Really sick.
Alright. And then Heartbeat. If we thought Mystic Mind was good,
no, I still think this card's insane going first because you can go, you can mill it with Beatrice, and I've had it used to add a trap. I think it's
Beatrice and like Prolona pop back.
Yeah.
It's also really just useful to out the field spell in the mirror because that thing dictates so many. The one thing just makes it better.
I think it is a good one of, especially that the people in top 4 didn't see Mystic Mind, but I know Marcus Carice was on Mystic Mind. They were all on Mystic Mind. The card exists. The card isn't everywhere, but the card exists. So like Heartbeat seems like reasonable.
It's my opponent, so.
I had a sick game under mine that I had a Kaleido Heart and had like 2 monsters, and I just kept triggering my Kaleido Heart, and I kept shuffling my heartbeat back with my shuffler, and then sending it to loop my crime, and keep looping his answer to mine. So my heart is super good. And again, like, we're not the only ones playing mine. We acknowledge that if we think mine is good, other people will realize mine is good, right? Yeah. So we wanted to respect it.
Dog card.
Yeah. And then Crime Select.
Yeah.
I never liked Crime in tier, but this format you kind of need to. It also gets a lot better with the Shizu cards, because like if you can end on Dweller and you have like Kelbeck in hand, you Dweller them, then you Crime pitch your Kelbeck, you just like pop off.
Like, we know that out to this is either Herald or like Droplet, so you just want to cover that. And just so you know, like, this resolves you win.
Exactly. You just need to like have Dweller and have follow-up.
I think this card gets better with the Shizu cards, because if I have like a Crime with a Kelbeck in hand and this resolved, this is game. Because then I mill 5 on my turn when I can safely do it, and it's just... Yeah, at that point it's like 3.
I had my ground 9 opponent left a Bestial up while I had Dweller and Suliek on field, along with like a Moe just to keep Suliek live. And he dropped it, pitched a monster while keeping the Magnet on field, and Dweller obviously just resolved his Suliek. So that's just one to remember.
That's really sick. That's a really good play.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. So yeah, another thing, Crime Effect and Grave comes up a lot this format, I figured, because of buy stats. Like a lot of, so another cool thing is that you always start by going Rhino for like when your first effect, when you get to choose what you're dumping, you try to do Hoviness, because if that gets buy stat, and then later in the turn you hit a Crime, you Crime add the Hoviness back to the hand trap.
Also, a lot of reasons why Cherries isn't necessarily as good as people were hoping it to be.
Yeah, I got Cherries once or twice, and just like to mill Crime, and it was really cool again with your Callus back. It's also because you're playing less of the Shizu cards in your deck, because a lot of times you have this one randomly just like still chilling in your hand, something Crime just pitching it becomes another piece of interaction.
Yeah, exactly. No, I really like this. So 40 cards. It's very important to play 40 Emo. I've seen people playing 41, 42 all weekend. I think it's very important because everyone's milling you. You need to maximize your chance to hit those shufflers, because you need to steal games going second, right? And the way to do that is when they mill you, you want to out casino them.
Yeah.
And add variance, add chaos. Like you want to hit your Calback, you want to hit your shufflers, and force them to make misplays. It's not about you guys, but I felt so many wrong for opponents. Like when the game state got complicated, it was good for me. Because they kept missing triggers, or they didn't like fully understand the chain. They shuffled the wrong things. So yeah.
Cool. Excellent.
Yeah.
I like how Alex is just in the back and just like nodders.
Yeah, one each. We don't think we need a second kit. You can always really shuffle it. It can be kind of annoying if it gets banished by a buy stat, but you can cry back, and you can also play without kit. It's not great, but you can do it.
Before I was shuffling a Callus to make a second kick Callus, or Stapelli all the time, but now we've got Callus as well. You just cycle it a lot easier.
Yeah, exactly. I feel it never really ends in my grave during like my turn, because I just shuffle it for the third.
We've already seen Hani's list. We're going like top to bottom. Like we've already watched the entirety of top 4. Now we've reached top 8. We're skipping some people. I just want to see like some of the well-known people with like
it's also sometimes not the worst
probably solid lists,
because we're trying to end up on Dweller and we don't want to lose.
Not going to watch every single one. Don't worry.
After you resolve Dweller, you can then like trigger a tier effect and fuse for Israel Callus in your opponent's turn, and then this is probably there, it's whatever, because you've already resolved Dweller.
Yeah, exactly. Once Dweller resolved, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, Jesus Christ. Elf, Sprint, IP, and Dark.
Yeah.
I mean, these 3 are standard. I can actually play them. Oh, Sprint Effectual Bounce came up to me like 3 times this weekend.
I agree.
I Sprint Effectual Bounce to bounce the Baguska. I made a Beatrice after making Sprint and detach on the Beatrice materials to bounce a Kaleido Heart. Like, super Dark was like insane as well. I needed like once or twice, but it was important in those games. I don't know what I wanted to play over this spot, so I think it was fine. Just like a last minute decision. I don't know how it was for you guys.
It was right. The idea was like you kind of want to end on follow up, because sometimes you don't have the ability to trigger a tier on your opponent's turn or get to another tier, and being able to go this into this in your opponent's turn kind of gets the ball rolling for you, which I kind of do like.
Yeah, because I feel like the games you lose when you make a minimal board is when you only make Dweller and you don't have which feels.
Yeah.
Because then sometimes people just run over, and like they can have other buy stats and stuff. So you prioritize Dweller and ways to play after.
That's exactly it.
Yep.
Yeah. And then Exceeds with the Redoer, Baguska, Dweller.
The Redoer. I think that's the first Redoer we're seeing. I like the card, but it's the extra X tight.
Baguska, it was mainly for Flender and for Sprite. It comes up in the mirror sometimes, though. There's game states in the mirror that Baguska is very good.
Yep.
And Redoer is super important. I've been a Redoer hater for forever, but this format really comes up. What happens a lot is that you, because of buy stats, sometimes you get buy stat on the first tier that you dump with Rhino and then you Shiren. And
they're not called buy stats.
For example, you can go Redoer with Rhino and Shiren and Redoer effect, and now you don't have a monster, so they can't buy stat you, so you get a Callus trigger, and once you get that ball rolling, it really gets there. So it never really ends on Redoer.
No, it's not an end board piece, right? It's like kind of like a way to play through hand traps in the actual almost, right? Yeah.
Also, if it's the only thing you control and you just try and trigger a tier under it and you don't control any other monsters, they can't be still.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like a somewhat safer way to go about it.
Yeah,
for sure.
And then with the Beatrice, this card's super good for me all weekend. I'm so glad I insisted on it. Whenever you have Magnum going first, it's very good because it makes sure that you set up. I mean, usually when you have Magnum going first, it means you have double trap because you're gonna hit like a screen probably, and then you can the Kital searches the other, this dumps the scream or this dumps the heartbeat. It just kind of gets the missing piece. It's a very good interaction with your opponent's turn because it means that you get to dump a shuffle if you need, you get to dump a tier name. So
it's very versatile.
Yep. It feels good. I know. I really like something Beatrice.
And this card was sick.
What's its name, son?
Zeus.
Really good. The win condition going second is kind of Dweller Zeus, right?
Yes, that's pretty
much. You get Dweller and second cold have a board.
Also, because you play Mystic Mine, this guy's a lot better.
Yeah.
Because means you can Mystic Mine people, and then make Dweller, attacking something. Zeus, then just play main phase 2. And then main phase 2 are safe because, like, they're on the Dweller, so tier can't interrupt you there. Like, they can shuffle, they can Hoviness, none of the cards do anything, and you just play main phase 2.
So you basically play, can you play through 2 Bestials? Because I know some people play 9, but Yeah, so you just mine them until you get to that point where you say to play and then you're done.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to play under mine. I still think we're not like fully solving because we tiered more than we played.
Yeah.
So I think like if we had like two more days of actual play tests, I think it'd be like insane. I still think we played well overall, but it could be like slightly better.
Yep.
I felt like I was discovering things on the fly.
Fair.
So yeah, side deck.
Yep. Yeah, I love volcanics.
Yes, Exo Brody. This card. Has anyone here resolved this card?
No.
No.
We were just all scared. Like we hadn't played any. No one. There's no tournaments with this deck. We didn't play any. We played time matches against each other, and they were long. But games were a lot more quicker. I don't think one, we started knowing the combo like that.
Yeah.
Two, we weren't milling 5, so our turn was like very quick. We knew our turn would make Dweller, get a tier, have Crime, and now we can do that in 2 minutes. And when you have that, when you're on the Dweller, the game ends on turn 3. The game ends on turn 3. That's kind of how it works. So the games were a lot shorter than we expected. And yeah, I'd rather just had a. If honestly, I'd rather have free imperm over this. That would be the swap.
I think going forward, if people start getting a better handle on how the deck works, because I found over the event that I was able to punish people's like major misplays just not being familiar enough with the deck. The games were a lot shorter than they would have been in like, a few weeks in. So maybe this is a better place, for Dortmund or later. But for now, I think we just.
Yeah. Again, I had no way to measure how long the match is going to take. The one time I drew it in time, my opponent normal summoned a copy of Murley. This is his effect, and milled his volcanic scatter shot. And I was looking at this, I'm like, why?
Imagine free imperm.
Measure it imperm.
Yeah, anyway.
Anyways.
This is random.
This looks odd, right?
Yeah.
This is very good for me.
Same. It's very good for me. Like I said, we recognize the way you lose the mirror is Dweller. Like we can crack boards that are not this guy. But when this guy's on board, we lose so much value. Their shufflers beat our shufflers. Our monster effects get traded for their traps or their interruptions on board, and then we can't do anything. But this card at least trades with Dweller. Even if we see they're about to do Carlos, it trades with Dweller. But it's kind of correct to play around Super Poly. So then they have to play into this.
Yeah. I was finding that everyone after like round 7.
I like the idea of this, I think, for YCS Pasadena. I am not sure how much I like this idea for YCS Dortmund, because the logic behind this, let me explain this real quick. I've been saying Nibiru is bad against Rule Kalos, right? Nibiru is bad against Rule Kalos, which is true. But a lot of people had been under the impression, it was correct to, I believe it was correct for this tournament to play around super polymerization by not putting out Dweller and Rule Kalos, right? Which meant that unless you had access to Diviner, you wouldn't have an Omni Negate for the Nibiru. And you could just get Nibiru on your Dweller, and then the Dweller is gone, right? Now, moving on into Dortmund, you have to think to yourself, is that still a reasonable situation? Is that still the same? And I think that changed because I'm not seeing any Super Poly so far. I think the consensus on Super Poly is kind of like, it's not that good in the tier mirror. You could have better answers for the tier mirror. And a lot of people have not been main decking Super Poly at all. And that means that I think some people might just end up making Rule Kalos plus Dweller a thing again. Not the end of the world, I think, if you want to make that board. And then on top of that, if you play Nibiru, you can still get like hit by random Barones sometimes, forcing you to nib very early if the Diviner hits the board. There's Herald of Orange Light. It's not like a guarantee that it works if they don't go for Rule Kalos, right? Like some people, I'm sure Jesse, in order to play around Nibiru, Jesse was going to make Rule Kalos very early on in the turn, and then later on in the turn he would revive a Herald of Orange Light with Elf and then just make Barone there. So the nib would probably never be able to hit Jesse in those spots. I think for this tournament, I think Nibiru was a fine call. I'm not sure how it is going to be for Dortmund, because I think with people seeing the low amount of Super Poly here, people might just go Dweller plus Rule Kalos for Dortmund. Is a very reasonable thing to do, I think.
Right, just weren't playing around Super Poly, and so Nib would lose a lot of his efficacy. But I really like Nib in the early rounds when no one respected it at all.
It's not just Super Poly though, because like sometimes it's not the correct play to make Rule Kalos because like your hand isn't facilitated. Like you can't end on that fusion, so or you want to make Kaleido hard. And
does that make Super Poly better for Dortmund? Maybe. I'm not sure, because you still have to rely on them playing into it. Like if they don't play into it, it still is a mediocre card, I'd say. But yeah, not sure.
Like Perlane Pop it, because that's like the most valued play. So I won my top 16 by hitting like a massive Nibiru. Because like people just aren't aware that you're playing this card for the mirror. You just like punish them so heavily. And my top lane had a sick Nibiru, had orange lights plus the thing, so it lost 2 cards. If not, like Nibiru was like gonna win a game that they had no business winning. And I think that's what we kind of deck built it for. Like we need cards that can win by.
You want to fuck them up, manipulate. The thing is, if I turn up to Dortmund with Super Poly, people are gonna know about it eventually, anyways. And then I don't get anything out of it.
Super high value.
Yeah. I currently don't think Super Poly is that great, which is why I think it's not correct to play around it anymore. And I think this event shows that the people that didn't play Super Poly in the main deck performed better than the people that did, and I think that's for good reason.
1 for 1, it's not 1 for 2. This card's trading for your own hand.
Exactly. Because as long as we get to play, I'm comfortable, right? It's top dweller's name of the game. It's top dweller. It has coverage against Pendulum, and
we can't guarantee to go 2 of like 2 go second cards. We just said we need to. We're gonna be drawing one of them, and so it has to be super impactful.
Yeah. We like that. And then going first, we went for Talons and Callby. Callby was a bit for Dogwood because we were scared of flying.
No, it's good going first.
And Shifter. I mean, there's Shifter decks as well. And Talons is nuts.
Toad is right.
Talons is nuts because they always trigger something in their turn. Also, if you have Talons, you can choose to mill them. Especially if you have a Shuffler. And then, like, even if you get a bit plus, you're just gonna go Talons with a hand, like, win the game. So, really like this card. Like, you can take Magma, make
Talons is very good. I've been saying that before. I just don't really know why you would side it over just maining it. I know the space is tight in the main, but like, I don't know. If you like this card so much going first, I think the card is also totally fine going second, although it doesn't beat Dweller. But yeah.
Dark with 5 Magma. Yeah. Really good. Third miss of mine. If mine is good, the other one.
Exactly.
And we play Tikaboo over playing back row removal. This is our Flunder card, basically.
I think it's great.
Shoutouts to the Leon playstyle. The idea is that we don't actually want back row removal against anything.
Yeah.
And against Flunder, this card can beat Shifter going first, and it can break the board going second. I don't play single Flunder, so I don't know how to do
I played it, and then the guy went first. He said full board. I just played this guy, and that was it.
You know what this card is? Rivalry.
It's rivalry. And like it trades with the barrier statue at that point. It was just very good.
I had a game against Sprite where I got Shifted and Dimensional Fissured, and I just set this, and like he couldn't beat it, so it was like cool. You know.
I got paired against the guy that beat Moffat in round 11, and he said that he was playing Anti-Fusion Area, Dim Fishers, Neko Menkat as well, just for two. But when I looked at my side deck, and Moffat said, "You're sliding back room with Ryan." I went, "No." I was like, I'm screwed. But it works out fine.
It's scary. Yeah, it made sense, I think. It's kind of scary playing an event with only one heartbeat as your back row removal, but
like there's no back row that is searchable. So whatever anti-hate they have to draw it. We lose to like the monsters really. It's all monster.
That was also a solid deck, I think. I like that. Even though we're watching tier profiles over and over, but I think it's I think you can see very distinct differences in the theory. I do like that. Now let's see it from Walter Jewell.
Brutal here at YCS Pasadena with the Walter Jewell. What's up, man? How'd you do today?
I got top 8.
Top 8? What deck, bro?
I was playing Hand Trap Tier.
Oh, yeah? With some decent size,
yeah?
Nice. Any shoutouts before we begin?
Yeah, shout out to my locals, San Isidro Games. Shout out to all my group chats, the veteran group chat. Shout out to Brian Reyes. Shout out to...
Brian.
Everybody.
Everybody. Alright, shout out to everyone.
Is this guy underwater? Yeah.
Yeah, so I played the tiers, jail spells, instant thing, 2 screams. This card is broken, but it's like doing second.
Okay, so basically maximized on every tier card.
Yeah. Oh.
The monsters out
yeah, standard. And then
why even comment it at that point? Like he puts 2 of a tier card in there and you're like, oh yeah, so you basically maximized. No.
It's like going second, but it's 2 broken going first. So I say the third. And then these standard.
Okay.
Then Ishizu cards. These guys are broken because you mill, then you hit these, and then your opponent can't play the game. You shuffle every time you activate tiers. You put back your extra deck goes infinite. You put back your 1-ups, so then you always can search whatever you want. Or 2 good. Under level 4s, they're extenders, whatever. 1 Kelbeck. This card sucks. No Agito, it sucks even more.
Wait, no Agito, man.
No. It sucks.
At some point, we'll have seen all the freaking ratios, right? Like now we've seen 12 Ishizus, we've seen 10, we've seen 9. Now we're being presented 7. I think it's a very interesting piece of theory behind this. If I do end up bringing Ishizu tier to Dortmund, I don't actually know what ratio I would be running. Yeah.
This is kind of cool because you can bounce. And I play one, so I can sometimes search it with this. It only happened once though, where it was actually good to search it with that. Other than that, like I think I bounced like 2 cards with it when I went second with it, but it's not even very good at bouncing. Like the bounce actually kind of sucks. So I just play one to search it, or dump it with Beatrice, or search it with whatever. It's not very good. Started out like a lot. Then they actually good cards in the deck. Magnumut.
3, 4, 5, 6.
These guys.
7, 8, 9.
Don't talk shit to my boy. He's the GOAT. They all do the same thing. Doesn't matter. They're all DD Crows. Whatever. These guys are broken. They're all level 6. They'll have 2500 attack. I always want to open 3 if I can. Yeah, they're too good.
This is wild. This is more copies of this stuff than the Holy Shizu before. So.
Yeah. So I play the same thing in Minneapolis, but then they're better this format than they were back then. So the more I tested them, the more I ended up putting in. My list started with 0 of these in my deck, and then ended up with 9. So whatever. I play Bell too. This is not as good as the other ones, but still negates a tier summon. It protects you from. You negate these guys, which is really good. Forces your play through. It negates their Bistids. It does everything. It's really nice.
Obviously, I don't see any heralds. What are your thoughts on heralds here?
It sucks because you have to play. It's only good to pitch this. Because if you pitch this, what are you gonna not mill 5? You get a mill 5 in the mirror. Milling 5 sucks for both players, and then so you can herald, and then you're forced to not use the effect, and then just wouldn't make 1 for no reason when you could just like bell and then not discard another card. So you have to like discard these guys for it to be good. But even if you do that, you go like 2 for 2. So it's not even like a broken interaction. You're just 1 for 1 trading twice.
Yeah. Was Bell ever dead throughout the tournament?
No. I think I even normal summoned a couple times. But
let's go. What's the main deck count?
40.
Oh, 40. Let's go.
Yeah, I think you need 40 so your mills can always be like broken. The extra deck 2, 1, 1, 1. I think you can play 1 if you want, but like 1 is fine. I mean, it's a lot because I play dragons. Best card, not the best card, just really good. Good. Then some of the good stuff I played: Gigantic, Downer, Zeus.
Ooh.
I never summoned with this.
Oh no, we saw this in the feature match, right? That he went Dark, take Merly, make Gigantic, not use it, just go Downer Zeus.
Make it hit, and then make Zeus. That's how I win every time I go second. I made this card like 19 times or something.
Serious? Oh, wow.
I don't know, I made it like at least once a match. This card's insane. Yeah. I'll do a little bit of Guska, Beatrice. This is the other best card in the extra deck. It's too good. Now, it's even better now than it was before. So you can send this good target against bad decks. Good target, and then all the tiers. You have it. You can do whatever you want if you summon a Beatrice. It's too good. Yeah. Side cherries. It's really good. For the mirror. Also, I put in a Sprite because I have Gigantic and Elf. This is for bad decks like Sprite, Flunder, anything.
When Deck Doctor? I probably tomorrow or on Thursday. I haven't decided yet. I'll announce it on my Discord as always. So if you wanna be part of the next Deck Doctor, !Discord and join my Discord community. And then I will do something along the lines of I'll think about how to structure it better. So that like I can make sure as many as possible will be we'll look at as many as possible. Yeah. Maybe make a separate channel for my subs so that I can do subs first and then everyone else after. Because I felt bad for some long-time subs that didn't get in last time, but I also don't want to exclude everyone else. I'm not sure yet. I'll think about it and I'll announce it either tonight or tomorrow night for the day after. So yeah, Mr. Church, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you.
Not here basically. Same with Skill Drain. All the things that will dish after you just you get these shifted, you set Skill Drain, you flip it, they can't play. and then you can play later. Same with Baguskin. Huh?
Were there any drawbacks on this card at all? Or no?
No.
All your stuff's great. Yeah, there.
Also, I played 9 dragons and they're all big, so I can just I mean, I only drew it once. I never flipped this. But yeah, in testing, no, it's pretty good. It only sucks. Like the only times we can lose with this is like if you flip skill drain against Sprite, and they have dragons and you don't have dragons, and they can like start beating you down with them if you like can't get to your big fusion in time. But unlikely. This card's broken. I wish I could main 3, but I think it just sucks doing second. And originally I was siding 2, but then I had to I had to do weird things.
Adricino, thank you for the gift sub. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Where like you have to make space in your side, so then you move this to your main thing. Whatever. This card's broken. I put it in every time going first. MST. Searchable MST, whatever. Not only back removal. Then scatter shot. Doggy style. Yeah.
I've never heard that joke before. Okay.
This card's the most toxic card in the game.
So, overall, how was your experience at YCS Pasadena, man?
That was pretty good. My only loss was like round 7, I think it was in my feature match. Other than that, I played like 1 Sprite, 1 Flunder, 1 Dragon Link round 1. 3 non-tiers, and then 7 tiers. And oh wait, that was Swiss. And then top cut, I played top 32 tier, top 16 tier, top 8 tier. That's 10 tiers? Yeah, 10 tiers. And I lost 2. I lost my feature match and I lost to top 8.
Yeah. And lastly, how long do you think the Shishis will be around for the TCG?
I don't know. I don't think they're toxic. I think.
Okay. Very interesting take with the 9. I mean, people have been saying in all of the deck profiles, oh, Bistials were so good for me. I wish I played more. And yeah, Walter just did that. And it did turn out quite well for him. Also played Bell on top, which I'm not sure about how much I like Bell. I guess it negates opponents' Bistits as well, but it doesn't destroy them, so they still stay in hand. Skullmeister has the advantage that it's level 4, sometimes that matters. It can negate the mill 5, which Bell can't. It's not once per turn, which can work. But they are not bad. And then we got Dominic Couch, which, oh my god, Rainbow Ishizu tier. A different deck, guys. It's not just Ishizu tier. Now we're looking at Rainbow Ishizu tier.
YCS Pasadena 2022, my brother Asian Persuasion, you already know. And I am back here yet again, as always, a pleasure, with my son, Mr. Don't Sleep on the Couch himself. How you doing, Tom? How we do this time at this YCS? Another top?
Yep. After this one, I am officially the only duelist that topped all 5 North American YCSs.
Wow, you're insane.
So that's awesome.
It's kind of nice. Exactly. Awesome.
All 5? I'm pretty sure there's been more than 5 total.
I mean, it's top 16
But I guess he means, what, this year?
Better, but it's alright.
Alright, and we know you're playing the best deck, but you got some spice in here, bro. Like, everyone's talking about it. It's pretty crazy. I'm super excited to see it.
Sag Gunther.
Obviously, it's the best deck, and just how you decide to approach it.
Was Gunther on 4 before this?
How far
Probably, right?
But before we get into it, do you have any shout-outs?
Yeah, so obviously shout out my Metafly. There'll be no link in the description. Also shout out me and Kobe's new YouTube channel.
Jakey Nader, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Well. Gunther's on 4. Asking for a friend, how many of these 4 did he lose in top 32? No offense or anything, just asking out of pure interest. Three out of 4. Oh no.
Millennium Rings. Shout out my sponsor.
Do not clip that and do not show it to Gunther.
Whoever Karen is. Yes, whoever Karen may lie.
I'm sorry. I genuinely just wanted to know if there was something behind the meme. I genuinely didn't know.
The snow ones. I enjoyed them. Shout out my boy Snorlax as always. Shout out my dad and everybody back home that, you know, sent me their energy to try to win on my birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, son.
Thank you. That was awesome. And lastly, shout out the people that worked on me in the deck the most. Levine is Blake Funderburg. Everybody's super helpful, and it's awesome for us all to be working together. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun this tournament, and yeah, we can get into the deck.
All right, let's hop into it.
So I played 1 Rhino Heart. I'm playing a Shizu tier. 3 Merly.
1 Rhino Heart, that's extreme.
These don't need to be explained, but I only played 1 Rhino because...
Shoutouts to my biological parents. I wouldn't be here without them. I mean, it's not wrong. You're not wrong for saying that.
I actually feel like normal summoning, similar to what I said like 2 weeks ago.
The question with these shoutouts is always, though, do they need to happen, or you know?
Minneapolis normal summoning this card with all the Bystials and stuff.
Because we're almost 3 minutes in, and we're just showing the tournaments.
Really weak. It's normally because of Dweller access, the card that you're gonna search off Kid Kalos a lot of the time. Or in my deck, I actually had a lot more access to it because I played more field spells than anybody else. So I had access to playing it a lot more often going first than any other deck, so I didn't need to play more. The only argument to play more would be that this is the best mill on your opponent's turn with the Shizu cards, because if you use this when neither of you have a shuffle, and like say it's like this effect and like an Agito resolving or something like that, and you like pitch them early, or pitch any tier, then like its on-field effect is going to be Chain Link 1, the tier engraved is going to be Chain Link 2, and if they shuffle back this tier, it's going to send another tier, so it beats 2 shuffle guys in scenarios like that.
Well, it beats 1 shuffle guy. It requires both shuffles.
Like just shuffle the Rhino, which means you didn't use a real name, so you don't really care. But I didn't play Scream or Crime or anything like that in my main deck, so I played less tier cards that were good to discard, so that's why I played 1 Rhino. Then into the Ishizus, played 3 of all of them. These cards are crazy.
He plays around 1 Bystial the best, that's why it's the best mill. Yeah, but wouldn't that... Didn't you say you liked his theory on 1 Rhino? Wouldn't that mean you would want to play 3? Or more, at least?
They're literally fantastic. This card's a really good hand trap, even though I didn't really get to draw it that much going second into the mirror. Agito is also really good, and like they also give you like Agito especially gives you huge utility to be able to like push through boards and make break 4s going second. Because you guys just both milled. They use their shuffle guys on all of these, and you can just use your Agito to like make a rank 4 push, and then you're able to win later. So these cards were fantastic. They're literally insane. I also played 2 Diviner. I didn't play Orange Light. Because Orange Light is a very swingy card where like extremely swings the game in your favor when it works the way it's supposed to. I felt like having these cards in my hand was actually pretty good, and Orange Light didn't do that much in the mirror match. And the mirror was what I was trying to build my deck for, so if I thought Orange Light sucked in the mirror because you can't hit Dweller because everyone's searching Crime, then I'd rather just not play it at all. I should have side decked it though, and I'll explain that later. And then this is something you could bring back off Elf on your opponent's turn and send Natis. I played Natis, a card against the not Shizu decks. Because like removal is just really good.
You saw that on
doing
feature.
Second against the trap decks as well. And then it turns into a level 6 to help make Baron better to protect my Gravekeeper trap. And then played 1 Druid Worm as my 40th card. So that because my deck mills a lot more than the average Ishizu tier deck for my opponent's deck. If you just like mill one of their Magnamuts, you just like get this card for free and you punish them for playing Magnamut and make it a liability. And then for the spells, I played 1 Max Reynolds. Shout out Nick Shadek, as always. I'll play Insufficient forever.
You're winning by the way.
Oh my god. 3 Forbidden Droplet. I hate Bowden.
Bowden got you.
3 Forbidden Droplet. This was like the best card for going second in the mirror because I play so many traps that I actually can like pitch a trap a lot of the time and force the Dweller to get negated. Then for the field spells, played 3 planets, mine, and then I played 3 Rainbow Bridge and the Crystal Beach Turtle. And so like the theory behind this, I decked out, I won 6 games by deck out with Mystic Mine and then the Gravekeeper Trap. And I'll explain this in a second, but the theory behind Rainbow Bridge was the mirror is so hard to prevent when they just start milling. Like hand traps don't really work well enough.
Yo, do you just call like Heartbeat every time if that's their only out? Oh my god.
So my only answer is like, what is another card I could play that's beneficial for me, like as engine, but also like gives me a chance against them going second if we're like both, you know, going
The
wide.
problem with the Rainbow Bridge thing is it doesn't help against Dweller when you go second. In like the matchups where it really should help you going second, like playing just 1 mine with those cards to search it would feel like it wouldn't come up that often.
Milling 10 whenever we hit. And so the answer to that was Rainbow Bridge, so that if your opponent dwellers you or whatever.
Oh wait, you can use it on the opponent's turn.
And you
right?
like mill to Rainbow, and you like Dweller doesn't beat you anymore when you mill Rainbow Bridge on their turn, because you just banish Rainbow Bridge on their turn and you search Mystic Mine and the Turtle. So like now they have to have Crime or like do something worse to get Heartbeat to respect the Mystic Mine, and this card was literally free. And then when you go first, it can also just like search an Aqua Monster and and Planet, so it just did so much. The card was very, very good for me. And then explain this. So the last 3 cards I played my deck with the Gravekeeper Trap, Exchange of Spirit, and Solid. This doesn't need explanation, these do. So the Gravekeeper Trap, so playing Exchange of the Spirit, all these Shizu cards like get a mega power up whenever you have Exchange of the Spirit in your graveyard. And the Gravekeeper Trap actually has 3 effects. So the first effect of the Gravekeeper's Trap is before your opponent draws in their draw phase, you can call a card, and then they show you with the card they draw for turn, and if it's the card you called, they discard it. So how this works with Mystic Mine is you like mine the mirror, and then you set up the Gravekeeper's Trap, and then you just call Heartbeat every turn, and they can never draw their out. And it makes it really easy to deck them out like very quickly, especially with exchange. Well, first of all, its third effect, I'll explain its second and third effects first. So its second effect is during either player's main phase, once per turn you can discard a card, search any of these Shizu cards. So it helps cycle them and filter, and then against the like not mirrors, I'm like just pitching a yugioh on their turn and playing. It's literally free. And then the third effect is when Exchange of the Spirit is in your graveyard, your opponent cannot activate any card effects in the graveyard or summon from either player's graveyard. So it's like a one-sided Necro Valley. So like in the mirror, my game plan post side is just to like set this up and protect it with like a Baron or Baguska to turn, because their only out other than removal is to like normal summon one of these guys, banish it, and target my Exchange of the Spirit in the graveyard. They have no other outs. It's like Baguska prevents that, and Baron also, like Baron protect the Flood is just crazy. So these were fantastic for me this weekend, and like how you deck them out, it gets a lot easier when Exchange of the Spirit.
The thing is, the whole deck as a concept kind of does make sense. I do kind of see why it makes sense in a couple of ways. Like for example, the Droplet is a lot better in this deck than in other decks, because you actually play like, what is it, 6 trap cards to send for Droplet to play around Crime. Also, on the flip side is like, my initial thought is like, oh, you don't want to play that many traps going second because you don't have a good way to get rid of them, right? You don't have a good way. If you draw a Rainbow Bridge, you don't have a good way to get rid of it going second. The only thing you do have is Droplet. Droplet is the only card you have to get a Rainbow Bridge out of your hand. Other than that, you have to draw Pearl of Rhino and pop it yourself, for example. which I'm not a huge fan of in generally. In general, I'm not a fan of these types of situations where you play a couple of cards where you don't even have a way to deal with it if you draw it dead, right? You don't even have like any realistic chance of drawing a card. Like I could have drawn, like for example, in my YCS Utrecht deck, I could have easily dead drawn a Lava Golem going first, but my deck had like a generic way to discard that, and this deck doesn't have that. So I'm not so sure about that many trap cards. I understand that like Rainbow Bridge going second can actually win you the game if you get to search Mystic Mine. On the other hand, sometimes you mill your Mystic Mine and then you're reliant on having a shuffler for your own Mystic Mine, which I guess sometimes you can do that, but yeah, it's it can be weird sometimes.
In your grave, you just like cycle a yugioh every turn, and you like mill 5, you make them mill 10 cards with a yugioh, this searches another yugioh, and it only takes like 3 turns to actually deck them out. So it happens very, very quickly, so it avoids like going to time and stuff like that as well. I had a 40 card main deck. I'll do the extra deck. The extra deck, I played 1 kit. You don't need to play multiple anymore. Like, it's easy enough. Play Rukelos, Kaleidos, self-explanatory, Garura, Dragos Tapelia, and Natis. Now you will notice I do not play Mud Dragon. And it is because I only have one way to summon Mud Dragon, and it's like via this Druid's
Oh,
Beast.
yeah.
So like because I can't really summon it, there's just no reason to play it. And this was just for Diviner.
I guess you have like you can use Garura. You can make it with Dragos Tapelia. You can make it with Kaleido Heart. But yeah, no, I get it. I
came up a few
get it.
times. I was happy I had it. Elf, Sprint, Dark, and Unicorn. So something that's really
not
cool.
with Kaleido. I take it back. Oh my god, I take it back.
Unicorn and Rainbow Bridge is if you're playing a mirror and you couldn't stop like a summon from them, and you like drew Rainbow Bridge or it's in your graveyard. What you can do is you like they have a monster. You like dark them, summon a guy. And you summon Unicorn. And you like pitch Rainbow Bridge, Unicorn shuffle itself back, and then
Okay,
you
that's a way to use
them on
that.
turn 0.
Oh, God.
And the game's over. He played Baron. This card's just really good, and it's to like protect the floods, like I said before. And I played Zeus, Dweller, Bagushka, and Exciton. Do not think I ever actually summoned Exciton in tournament, but it comes up like an okay amount. Bagushka I summoned every time I got shifted. Dweller is obviously the best card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Card needs to be banned. I summoned Zeus like 2 or 3 times as well. It was very good. And with a side deck. So this card was actually horrible for me. In theory, you're supposed to like be able to outlive the Dweller or whatever. I activated this card 3 times and lost all 3 games I activated this card.
Nice.
It probably should have just been like Orange Light. So this card is World Soul Carbon. This was a card that Jesse
what?
found. And what this does is
What is this?
When this normal summon card, you can tribute this normal summon card at any level 4 Earth Fairy. So when my side deck game plan was to do the Gravekeeper Trap Exchange of Spirit play, like I mentioned before.
What is it called? Carbon? World Soul Carbon. You contribute this normal summon set card, add 1 Earth Fairy monster from your deck to your hand except World Soul Carbon. If a face-up fairy monster you control is sent to the grave while this card is in your grave, you can place this card on top of your deck. Okay. So it's like Planet Pathfinder for the Earth Fairies?
This was just more copies of Keldo and Medora.
This doesn't seem that good, does it?
Then I played 3 tactics. Shout out Alex Cancel. He gave me this Pharaoh Rare for my birthday, and I drew it in top 32, and it won me the match.
Let's go.
Is iconic. And 3 Twin is just for like the back row decks. Twin is better than Cosmic now because like you can just pitch a Shizu cards and the game's over. And then I side decked the 1 Heartbeat and the 1 Prime, so that I had a searchable like mine out and removal card, and then this is for going first. Protect the game plan. And that's all. Thank you for watching.
Awesome, man.
That was a very interesting profile. I do think my first instinct is that it's a little bit too bricky for my liking, but it is one of those things that like I can definitely see some of these ideas making a difference in a tier 0 format. So I do like the approach and the creativity here. It definitely gets some style points for some of the ideas. Although I think overall I still think that's a little bit too risky for me. You know, playing the tortoise, the 3 rainbow bridges, both of the Gravekeeper's traps. Interesting approach nonetheless, though. And then what else do we have? What else do we have? We can watch Vlad's profile. Let's see what Vlad did. Oh, 1 minute. Okay, cute.
I get top. Here's deck. 3, 3, 3, 3. Tier monster. Earth monster. 3, 3, 3, 3. Very good. Non-engine. 3. I gave 1 back. 1, 2, 1. Yeah. God card. Auto top. 3, 1, 2, 1. 1, 1. And then 1, 1. Why? Simon said so.
This was the French theory? Okay, let me guess what this is about, because I haven't heard about this one yet. I would say the reasoning for this is probably that if you play the mirror match and they mill cards for you, or you mill cards and you hit one of these, your opponent is gonna assume that you are playing multiples, right? Like let's say we mill like 10 cards and they see 1 super poly. They see 1 super poly in our mills, and they see like 10 or 15 cards gone from the deck, right? They only see 1 super poly in the graveyard. They would maybe think like, oh, it's very likely he has another super poly in hand or another tactics, right? I'm gonna try and make a board that doesn't lose to super poly, even though the card is just gone in the graveyard, right? So if you just play 1 super poly, if that's in the graveyard and then your opponent starts to play around super poly, that's always good for you, right? Because you never have that card in your hand that they played around, right? You never have a second super poly in your hand, so if they play around super poly, that's always bad for them, right? On the other hand, Wallow is a card, but I will say, in a deck that mills so much, I can actually see it. I can actually see this being like a cute idea, but I'm not sure if it's optimal, but I get the idea behind it. At least that's what I think the idea was. Because I mean, like Vlad and Simon and whatever, they're definitely good enough to know that that's not normally what you want to do, but I understand the reasoning behind this, I think. That has to be the reasoning.
Simon said so. Extra deck. God card. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Friend. Best friends. Side deck 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
1, 1, 1 side deck.
1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And this because it's my favorite card. That's it. Shout outs to Athens Collectibles, Complexity Card Gaming, my friends, Waf, Chinwagging, and Kish.
Alright. Very standard deck, except for the one Super Poly, the one not the one instant, the one Super Poly, the one talent. Everything else seemed very standard here. There wasn't anything super out of the ordinary, I think, which is why I think it's good that it was that quick of a deck profile. That was kind of fitting. But yeah, solid list for sure. All right, we're not looking at the Flunders. I don't have it in me to watch a Flunder deck profile. I do have it in me to look at the sprites though. Let me see. They both lost in top 32. The Sprite Warriors, the absolute Giga Chads representing the Sprite Army. I appreciate you. Let's see what you did.
Hi, what's up? I'm here with Carlos. He just finished in top 32 with Sprite with the sauce. All right, so Carlos, you
I
want to
see a
show us
Dark
the deck?
Claw.
So yeah, on the main net, easy, play Sprite. It mostly is Spear. Pixies too, I love this card. And this like meta and stuff, big stuff come down in the matches against the Chisu and Tier Elements. So a big guy, making big your little boys too strong. This is standard. Second smashers in the side. Love that card. Won me a lot of my matches. Yeah, it's standard. The package that goes with the Sprite stuff, the Nimbles, 2 Nimble Angler, 3 Nimble Beaver. Some of my guys told me like to play 3 of the Angler because of the Shizu cards. They mill you, mill an Angler, put 2 bodies on your field. But I didn't like miss the third one. I either with one normal summon Nimble Beaver bring one, or wait for them to mill one of them, or the sprint is like busted.
You didn't need a second red? Spray red?
No, I didn't. Mostly I brought a red like once in a lot of my matches, like game 1 or game 3, maybe. Didn't use it. A tiny frog package. Some guys like told me, why not play 3? I don't need 3. I only need 2 to make the Toad. And Toad brings me the best ending, the best follow-up that's Nimble Beaver. The other package I played, the Bistale or Bistale, or you want to play the
3, 6,
big package.
8.
Best cards I get tier. They do a lot. This guy searched the entire dragon package. This effect I didn't use much. But this guy is the one that makes the pressure on the board, and when it comes in, they cannot like destroy it, or they have to take it out of the field before I link with him.
Did you OTK a lot of people with Shifter?
Of course,
Yeah.
of course.
Basically what I described.
My only hand trap was 3 Ash, 3 Imperm. Imperm for most is the best hand trap in the game right now. Plays around triple tactics, plays around a lot of stuff. It goes in chains. I bring Ash because this is the nerd one. It hits everything. And I play 3 Power of Afraid because I want to see one card, and this is the card.
Oh, what is this?
I need a win con against main deck against Spear, so match change 2 is the way. So we bring the big daddy, Dark Claw. We put a big.
How often do you get that out against Tears?
A lot. Yeah, a lot. And right now in top 32, I misplayed, activated this effect. He did triple tactics me, take my Dark Claw, and that was the turnaround. But if I wouldn't, I would play again with Dark Claw. I'm never using the effect of discarding 1 card for same. So yeah, that's the main deck. 40 cards.
Oh, he lost in top 32 because he activated Dark Claw to discard, and then they took it with talents. Ooh.
Extra deck Big Daddy Dark Claw. I used the Toad, 2 Gigantic, 1 Digin Buster, Donny Bauru. I used the other deck card I used was the Wallum, founder of the Judge Dragons. This card OTKs everybody, and every tier this is OTK. For each card in the opponent's graveyard, boost all your monsters by 100. Then detach 1 or 2, return 1 card from the deck to the deck, or revive it to your field in defense position, face up or face down. This card won me like my last 11 round. It won me the Shizuki matchup.
You ever set spells and traps off of that, or mostly monsters?
No, mostly monsters. Mostly the tier monsters.
Is the discard effect not mandatory? I don't think it is on Dark Claw. I think you get to choose. Dark Claw. if your opponent adds a card from the deck to the hand, you can banish one random card from your opponent's hand. Yeah, it's not mandatory.
And Seals. I hate Flunder. So Seals to Flunder is like GG. Links.
Oh, but no downer for the Zeus.
3 elf. My grand game, my life, I depend on this card a lot. And Sprine. Sprine gives you an additional line on each route for the deck. And the other links I played was Dark.
You don't need 3 elf, by the way, chat. I don't think you do need 3.
IP Restrainer and Evermax.
Easy. You just don't have it on outside.
Yeah.
Did 3 elf come up a lot?
What?
Did 3 elf come up a lot, the third elf?
No, mostly the third elf. I was like, it was a prosperity.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the extra deck. And the side deck, pretty generic. The Sprite can kill you.
It's funny, it's almost the exact same list that got top 4. It's like completely standard. It's just Paulo's deck, I think, from... it's just almost card for card Paulo's list from YCS Minneapolis. Which... I told you, it's like, it's okay. The deck is fine. You can play it. It's not bad. It can make top cut, like we see here. 3 people top 32 with Sprite. But like, it's not better than Ishizu tier, right? But you have to just be aware of that, right? It's not better than Ishizu tier, but it's not dead, right? And yeah, it's playable if you really want to. If you really want to, then you can you could still play Sprite, I think.
Through Shifter. So Shifter is another Dark Law. Not so good because it damages your stuff too, but yeah, it's another Dark Law. I use Pank. Pank is a big body. Comes out
Nico Main King next. Oh
yeah,
my god.
Not much to say about that. The other card I played, my other third card, was Nico Main King.
Oh, damn.
A lot of Ichizu cards, Mildew. Yeah, I won against Christopher LeBlanc with this. I won game 1, game 2, sided in. He did Kelbeck. The 5th card was Nico Main King. Oh, let's go to Netflix. Let's finish. MVP, the Resonator. For his reason, level 2. Get 31 card on the field. Very extender. Yeah. I play for back row decks, 3 Cosmic, 3 Lightning Storms. Lightning Storm from the Flounder matchup, and Cosmic for everything. I played against Runic cards in the tournament, so yeah, it was good for the field and stuff. And the last card, it was a second special.
Well prepared for the back row.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very, very cookie cutter. It's a very, very cookie cutter Sprite list, but it just does what the deck does. Honestly, it's still a fine deck. Greg, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. It's still a fine deck. It's just not like amazing. It's nothing special. It's Sprite. Compared to Ishizu tier, it looks a little underwhelming, but you can definitely win with it. It's a shifter deck now as well. We've become what we have sworn to destroy, dude. We have become a shifter deck. Oh god. Wait, Gosu still exists?
Hello guys, it's Janis from United Gozos. We're here in the legendary Pasadena Convention Center and we just played the YCS and I got top 32 and this is my deck. As you can see, I played Sprite, which is not the best deck by far, but I guess it worked out. From my perspective, I played the European version of Sprite. I played, I think, 4 or 5 mirror matches and nobody was playing the good spell cards that Joshua Schmidt made popular. Ooh. And I just busted them with them, so here's what it is. Blue, Jad, of course, and the 2 good ones. Standard, the water monsters, 2 swap. I didn't see the need to summon the 3rd one with a toad. It worked out. You always decided to go out 2nd, and it's good. The anglers are just fucking amazing. In the mirror match, you pitch them off of Phoenix and force the smashers. Then your board is clear. They don't have no more interactions, and you just.
Wait, that's 1080? How is that 1080? I can literally see the pixels.
Summon the 2 beavers, then you go from there. So it was perfect for me.
It's already on 1080. It can't go higher. That's not 1080. That's cap. What happens? What happens if I do this? Oh god.
And
oh my god. What?
7 bestials for the good deck. They're sometimes iffy in the mirror match, of course, but even then, use them on your own turn to start the plays and have a big beater, and yeah, but they're fine.
Recorded with Nintendo DS.
Sprite cards, starter, and smashes in the main. I didn't play double cross. I thought it was just hella bricky, and if you played it against some
Vintage
random
deck
deck,
profile,
like you get
yeah.
orange lighter or whatever,
Retro.
and you don't end up with an exceed. You just go elf red resource play.
Bro, my head hurts.
It's just dead as shit.
My head hurts.
Yeah. So it was perfect for me. Pot, of course, it's a good card. I played 2 Cosmics, the 38 and 39th and 40th card. I thought I was just good against Celiac and all the other stuff. Call by to negate some tears and some random hand traps. Apparently, I did this on Cherry a couple of times, which is of course insane. But I don't know if it's correct to play it, but because of the bestials, yeah, it is what it is. It's not a perfect list by any stretch of the imagination, but yeah, it worked out today. And then the good cards in the deck: Mind Control, Change of Heart, Triple Tactics Talents, Enemy Controller. These cards, which is the fucking
That's the stream viewer right there. That's my man. That's the stream viewer right there. Shouts out.
I don't know. I always
One of us.
won a game if I saw one of these.
100% one of
Struggle
us.
if I didn't have him, and this is the deck. Shout out to Josh. Side deck. No, we'll go main first. Of course, 3 elf, sprint, 2 gigantic, 2 charmers, the phoenix, which is especially good going second with the anglers. Toad, mannequin cat, which is I think not correct anymore. It's insane in a mirror match, of course, but I didn't test too much for this event. I just threw a deck together and got lucky, I guess. So I wouldn't play this going forward. This is insane. Cavalry is good. Diner, Zeus, Tokens.
How often does the area come up for you?
The area, that was very good. You can get back the root colors. You take with the triple tactics talent. You make your area, take the root colors back, summon a guy, then go gigantic from there. It was very good, and it also was of course insane in the mirror matches. The Thunder King was good because of the many mirror matches I've played. Never summoned these. Yeah, it doesn't make sense anymore with the Ishizu cards, but I didn't test, so I just threw a deck list together and where are you? This card is a good card. 3 shifter, which were better for me in the mirror match than against Tier, because I didn't see him error against Tier. But in
You start those in the mirror match? I guess you prevent Toad going second. That's like important. No, I can see it.
mirror match, they're always good. You just Zeus them afterwards, and they.
Yeah, I can see it. You prevent Toad. You make Smasher awkward, and then yeah.
Oh, I lost from that. The Regekis against Flunder, and apparently the mirror match, because some guys were on Evil Twin, or the runic stuff, and then you just clear the board, smashes is dead, and the Abram actually.
Monkey Luffy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. As you can see here, being a regular on the stream and being a sub does get you top 32 at the next YCS guaranteed, so it's
Just
worth
take
it.
away.
Easy clap.
Yeah,
We
there
both
is
get
there.
something out of it.
The best card on my side by far, Zombie World. It's like if you go first against Tier, it's awesome. They can make Kit or Kaleido Heart or anything. They're just creeping
Get
around with
rented.
some Garuras and some other shit. And if you just go resource play at Zombie World, they don't have an out against this, you win. And against Flunder, of course, but I didn't play any. But in theory, it's of course good. Duster, good card. The second Smashers. I want one more just for the mirror and for the grinding matchups, and also sometimes it gets milled. So the Gamma Wars was also good, and yeah, that's basically it. So shout out to the team, of course, and we had a great time here with Marcel, Tom, and
I mean, it's an okay deck. Like I said, it's like when I tested Sprite, I literally might still have almost this exact list over here on. Yeah, almost. It's almost this. It's like almost this. It's what? It's one less. It's like 2 less Soroniers, no double cross, for 2 Cosmic and Called By. The rest is the same. For the main deck, the extra deck is almost the exact same. The side deck is also close. It's like almost this. No, it's solid. It's like, it's not the best deck. I mean, he also said it. He's aware of that. You have to be aware of that. If you bring Sprite like this right now, you can top the tournament. The deck is not bad. It's just not stronger than Ishizu tier. But it's an okay deck. Like, if you don't have Ishizu tier, you don't want to have it, you don't want to play it, you hate the mirror, I don't know, whatever. This deck is playable. It's not awful. It's okay. It can top. Who else do we have? Charlie Fudge didn't publish a deck. I think Darren's deck's probably most likely very close to Jack's. Not Jack's. Why did I say Jack? Oh, because the next name is Jack. I meant Vlad. The rest is only Ishizu tier here. I guess we can check out Pack. Why not? Let's see if Pack... Let's look at Pack's deck to round it all off. Pack, are you still here? He is here. My shit standard AF? Okay. Oh.
Yo, what's up, guys? Pack here, and I just made top 32 at YCS Pasadena.
I still don't have one of those sweaters, by the way, so we still beefing.
Played a Shizu tier limit. In Swiss, I played 9 mirror matches, and I played 1 runic mind deck. Oh no, 1 mystic mind deck, and then 1 sprite deck. You can find that in my Twitter, like my reports. But yeah, the format is very skillful. The deck is, there's a lot of things that people don't know, like how to play the mirror yet, and so like you definitely can capitalize on that. I would say that like most of the times you lose with things when you misplay. Like I misplayed to lose in round 3, in the mirror match, and then I also misplayed in top 32. So I'll probably talk about that on stream, so you can check me out at twitch.tv/PackTCG.
Do that right now.
Like shout outs.
Or like
shout to
after the stream.
Hani, Haisam, Nash.
Don't leave right now.
For like testing with me. They're the people like I tested with the most. Yeah, and then shout out to like everyone in Bozo. Shout out to the man behind the camera, Aaron. Shout out to Wolf. And yeah, let's just get into the profile.
People leave.
So for the tier cards, I play all of them at max. So like 3 Pellerino.
Okay, look, that's not proper etiquette. You don't begin your deck profile with 3 of your field spell and then start with the monsters. I don't like
3
that.
Rhino, 3 Sharon, 3 Merly, 3 Hoffness. I played 1 Heartbeat, Triple Scream, 1 Prime, 1 Solik. So these are the tier cards. The reason why I play more than 2 Rhinos is because this card is like the best mill because it plays around a Bisted and it dumps like cards like these out of your hand that gives you like really good pluses. So
tier first?
Also if you go
Rhino isn't even a tier.
Dump like a tier.
Terrible deck profile, yeah.
Like
0 out of 10.
They need like a
Would
shuffle
not
to
watch
answer
again.
like the
I'm
one
mad
that you
now.
pitch off Rhino, and the one you send off Rhino, which is like really annoying. So as a result, they're forced to like put this card back, even though this card doesn't actually perform the fusion summon. They have to use their shufflers on Rhino, which is why I wanted to play 3 of this.
Give me a break. No, Pac, we're beefing. We're beefing. I don't have a goo sweater yet. And also, chat, Pac sold me an Ishizu core last week. Guess how much he charged me for an Ishizu core, chat? He charged me $190. How much is it now? I've been scammed, I think. I think I've been scammed. It's like 100 now. Oh my god, I've been scammed. That was a good deal. Oh yeah, alright, keep saying that. Yeah, alright. Alright.
Now,
good deal. Trust.
The other theory is basically 3 Screams. So the reason why Scream is so good is because basically, like this deck, once you get like you want to like basically fill your graveyard as fast as possible. Cards like Scream lets you do that. It also works really well with Reinhardt because the more of these you play,
he did throw in a Change of Heart for free, an ultra rare Change of Heart for free because I just wanted that, and that's like free $, so I guess it's worth overall. Not too bad overall.
The hands in which you mill, like for example Rhino Scream, you can go like chilling 1 Rhino, chilling 2 Scream, search like a trap, and just go infinite on your opponent.
BB, thank you for the prime, appreciate you.
That play also plays around like a Hoffness, which is why like I wanted to play 3 Scream, where like if you go Rhino pitch a Scream, you can like you go Chainlink 1, Rhino, Chainlink 2.
It's okay, chat. You can't be good at everything. I take the L on the business decisions. I take the L on the business on the business moves. It's okay. I'm not a businessman. If anything, if there's anything you should know about me after following the stream for a while, you know that I'm not a businessman. If I make an investment, it's probably the worst one you've seen so far. That's what I do every time. You know, I make these purchases for the community, right? Because I knew that if I spend 190 on an Ishizu core right now, it would like fall in price by 50% in like 2 days. I knew that. I did it for you guys. I want you guys to appreciate that, okay?
You can like, sorry, chilling one round.
Because that's always what happens.
Stream grabs you the Celiac, and then you go summon back the Rhino, pitch the Celiac, and then you go chilling one Rhino.
Market Watch with Josh is my favorite because I just make the opposite choices and I make back. Okay, that was hurtful.
Chilling to Celiac. So you see, like throughout the whole process, you're playing around your opponent having a shuffler, or like you're also playing around Hoffness, so like it's like really good. And then I just played these for utility. The Heartbeat was actually really good. There was a lot of times where I hard drew it where it actually came up nicely in the mirror match, so out their field spell, and then they can out like 3,000 attack monsters. I also
turns out I told Elon Musk to buy Twitter.
Heartbeat myself to kill my opponent before. That was kind of.
I told him it's probably gonna go up. It's a good deal. That's what I said, and I've been saying that.
Funny. Makar's really good. I think it's a really insane Mystic Mine out as well. Yeah, and then the Crime and Sully. I only played 1-1. I didn't really
Story
open
checks
these
out.
cards. Like I kind of wanted to just mill them, or get access to them off like Scream. But yeah, playing 3 Scream and playing. Also, the reason why Heartbeat was really good was it wasn't actually originally meant to be a mine out. The reason why I played this card because there are certain lines in which you mill your traps, and you don't want to use your shufflers to bounce back to shuffle back your traps. Instead, you want to send a Heartbeat and add back the traps. So like you can go Kick Close, send Heartbeat, and add back any trap as well. So basically, Kick Close always guarantees a trap added to your hand, which is like, you know, sometimes you can't always do that if you don't play the Heartbeat. So yeah. So that's like the tier engine. For the Fairy engine or the Shizu engine, I played 3 Keldo. That's the best one. It's like the second best one. My favorite one: 3 Medora, 3 Shufflers, 3 Kelbeck. This was like, it's actually unprecedented how a tier 0 deck like this has actually a lot of
unprecedented.
12. Or sorry, 13.
How are we so eloquent
I'll explain what I mean. But Kelbeck is like one of the best ones. If your opponent doesn't play correctly, you can use this to out their Dweller on their turn, which is insane. But I can probably explain all the technical.
Unprecedented. Is that the new Creamy? Is unprecedented the new Creamy?
Play related to this deck on like on my Twitch, and hell, I might even make a video with it. So stay tuned for that.
It is. Okay.
One Agito. I only played 1 because like it's one of like the worst names, but there's some really cool lines that you can do. Where, like,
unprecedented.
You kill back your opponent, you summon Kelbeck. They usually use a field spell to pop it. Then you get Agito on their next play. Then Agito.
I like how he switched from business pack to the other to the oh god yes pack like a second after again. Like hell, I'll even make a stream.
My Kelbeck, and you start your turn off with a rank 4 play, so it's pretty nice.
He switched character.
And then I played for the rest of the Fair Engine 3 Orange Light. Yeah, shout out to Raph for these. But yeah, so yeah, Raph and Marcus for swapping me. But the Orange Light is really nice. This card is insane. I think like the map doesn't support you playing Orange Light with these cards, but I think you need like basically for like all the random ass decks, like you need these cards. And it's also like not even that bad in the mirror match, like going second, because you can pitch a shuffler and then use a shuffler right away. So yeah, I think this card was like really good.
I became European. How about you come to Europe then?
For me, I also wanted to make Baron a couple times. If you saw that on feature, the card's just really good. I definitely don't regret it. And then I played 1 Diviner. This was something basically I added in last minute. I didn't like that card that much, to be quite honest with you. It was like kind of okay, but it was like it helps you make Beatrice, and it's a really good. Once you start doing the mill 11 combo, there's just nothing good to hit except Diviner. So like playing as a 1-of kind of makes sense. So like see if you when you mill 11, see if you can like hit it basically. So it wasn't bad. It gave you access to Baron. So it's pretty nice, and also like some Beatrice lines. And then Terraforming Instant, God cards, and then 4 Bystials. I played these because they basically, like, yeah, they're really good hand traps, but they're also just really good at making you Beatrice going first. And my end board is usually Elf, Beatrice Dweller. That's usually my end board, and that's just like winning every time. Because like you dweller your opponent, it can get super poly. You detach, send like a mill 5, they're under dweller, you mill 5, it doesn't matter, you just go infinite on them. And then you can also use elf to bring back diviner, mill 5 again, and then the game just starts getting snowballed from there. But it's actually crazy, like if you look at my deck, I actually played, if you
I
really
did
think
look at
about
your
it,
deck. That's why I'm there.
13 hand traps, which is like actually like I feel like that's like insane for like, you know, the fact that like I have this many engine hand traps. So
one might even say that's never been there before, which I think there's a more eloquent word for that, but I can't think of it.
So yeah, all these cards are crazy. Like against any rogue deck, you hit a Hoffman, the game just ends. Orange Light is just crazy for obvious reasons. Calbeck is also crazy, like I said. Like one of the things that people do is they make dweller, then they go kit effect, hit like a mill 5 whatever, and then you can Calbeck hit the dweller, bounce it back afterwards. And then like Magnum obviously, yeah. So yep, there's that. So 41 cards in the main deck. Diviner is the last edition. For the extra deck, I played Elf, Sprint, Dark. I think that's all you need. So you can also play Naute Avermax, but I didn't think that was like realistic. One Redoer, one Baguska, Dweller, Beatrice, and then Zeus. Yeah, all these cards are broken, honestly. This card is crazy against all the rogue decks. Right. This card gives you like an extra line to fusion summon with a Sharon. If you have to start off Sharon Mill, whatever. This card is just absurd because it sends you a Shuffler or a Starter, so that's unfair. It's also your second kit when the kit gets cherries. That's why this card is really broken too, because you make a Rua, and then any other way to another 6 gets you there. Baron is my synchro.
I mean, any other way to a 6, you don't have that many. You need like a Bestial or Diviner. It's not that easy, but yeah, I guess it can work.
Yeah, Orange Light and Diviner are like tuner monsters. And for the fusion, one Cloudheart, one Kit, one Sepelia, one Rulacolos, one Garua, and then once the Mud Dragon. I never made this card. That was the only card I never made this entire tournament. It's actually funny.
I mean, yeah, we've heard that.
All these other fusions are busted though.
I can definitely see that.
But this card in theory could have came up nicely. Like you can use this as an Orange Light to bring back off the Elf to like make Baron too. I did that a lot when I was playing the Punk tournament deck, but yeah. So yeah, that's my extra deck. And then we have the side deck. So I played one Call by the Grave because when I go first, I want to call by my opponent's like Spooky Dogwood, Shifter, basically. So I like that. That's why I played it. Talking about Flunder and all that good stuff, I also played 3 Dark Hole. Dark Hole is really good because like against like Exorcister matchup, being able to Dark Hole their Magnificent is insane.
Why'd you play Dark Hole over Raigeki pack? Was it because of Ibli? Are you scared of Ibli? Because I mean, I could see it, like Ibli or Mine Out. Okay, Mine Out is the main reason. Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
It also like, if they usually put themselves in defense.
I was just thinking about against Flunder, Raigeki is a decent amount better because you can like normal summon into their field spell and then potentially Raigeki after, although they probably get to Avion. I don't know.
So if you know Dark Hole is like really good. Dark Hole also triggers your tier name. Dark Hole is also a really good mine out because you can set your tier limit monster and then like activate Dark Hole, clear the field.
Yo, LOB first. I mean, I dig it. If I play those, I'm gone for a year, but I mean, it's fine. They're cool.
You control no monsters. Your opponent controls those monsters. You can then activate the effect of fusion in the graveyard. If you have Pellerino up, that means you shuffle back your cards. So that means you can make a whatever and then trigger the field spell to pop their mind and cook them. And then I played also as well one Duster. Just like, it's like the 15th card. I didn't really know what I wanted. Yeah. 3 triple talents. That was basically my sideboard for going first. Like my side pattern was like 3 of this and then 1 of this going first usually. But yeah, this card was like very okay going second. I feel like it's mostly shine when you go first, so that's why I sided it. But the card was alright. Then I played Scatter Shot, level 2 extender. God damn. It's funny. So Scatter Shot, like all jokes aside, I actually only Scatter Shot twice the entire tournament.
He couldn't hold character. He couldn't do it. He didn't have it in him. You see how he starts laughing in it? You hear how he starts laughing? Oh my god.
I sided it, but the card was alright.
He couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
Then I played Scatter Shot, level 2 extender. God damn. It's funny. So Scatter Shot, like all jokes aside, I actually only Scatter Shot twice the entire tournament. I don't think time actually plays that much in the mirror match. Unless both players are like really, really good and they're doing everything optimally, then maybe like this card, like these time cards comes up. Like usually the time cards don't come up if your opponent doesn't know what they're doing, but you know. So, Hani didn't play a single time card in his side deck, and he's still doing really well. So,
an argument, like I do understand the argument, right? It's like when Dweller is involved, the games can be relatively fast. Also, if one player makes a couple of mistakes and the other one doesn't, the games probably go by fast. I still think that if you play against good players, right, after that, with that argument, you're like, with that argument, you could be like, oh, against good players, you might need it. But like, in Top Cut, where you're most likely to face better players in the US, you would have more time, right, for top 8, top 4 in finals. Like it was basically impossible for this card to matter in the finals because it was like 65 minutes, right? Whereas otherwise, if they had 45, they would have gone into time, I think. I don't remember exactly how long it took, but I think so. And then for Europe, of course, that's different, but still, I'm still impressed by Hani, like, winning the tournament without a time card. And not even having a draw in Swiss, I believe. So, yeah.
Reaper, this card is broken in the mirror match. It's like really, really broken. Like, when you hit like their kick colos, it also turns off the rule of colos. So they have to like get away. They have to get away to access crime, and then like put it back.
How'd you like this card pack? Would you play this again? Because I genuinely don't know what to think of it so far. I've been like. I have played tier before, but I'm definitely more of a sprite man so far myself. I'm not sure. I'm not that experienced in the tier mirror so far. This card is broken. Okay.
So like this card was just really, really good for me. I liked it a lot. And then 3 Spooky Dogwood. I wasn't sure. Like this is my first time playing with these cards like IRL. I didn't know like the thing is I expected a lot of new players to just pick this deck up and give it a shot at the YCS. So I wanted Spooky Dogwood because a lot of people would be like not know what's going on or like, you know, not resolve their chain properly, like make all these mistakes. And as a result, like the game state gets prolonged and then whatever. So I wanted this just basically as a precaution where like if I lose game 1 and I have to win game 2 and in game 3 they have a scatter shot line, I just wanted an option to like have a chance to like beat my opponent. So this was basically that card. It's like basically whenever I lose game 1 and game 2 takes a grind, or like vice versa, like, you know, having this as a safety measure in game 3 is like solid, yeah. But that's pretty much the deck. I think overall I feel like the format's really skillful. Like everyone in the top tables were like all like known good players, and yeah, like
I agree. I think the format has a lot more depth than it looks like. I think it's cool. I still haven't given up on finding something that's not Ishizu tier, but we'll see how that works. I think that is most of the profiles that I wanted to see, or all of the profiles that I wanted to see. I think that was a good little. I think that was a good stream, even though we did spend most of it analyzing Top Cut deck profiles. But that is stuff you can learn from at the end of the day. That is stuff you can learn from at the end of the day. But I think that's going to be it for today. I don't have anything else planned for today. I don't think I want to watch any more profiles. I think those were the more interesting ones. I don't want to go back to work. Well, gotta work for it. Gotta work. You have to work, Pack. You can't just scam everyone with Ishizu cores. At some point, you have to make actual honest money. It's important. It cannot always go like that, right? So like, you know, you have you have to do that. That's how it works. that is how that works. And yeah, we're gonna send Pack back to. We're gonna send Pack back to work. I'm gonna see who I can raid. And if you haven't followed the stream yet, if you enjoyed the stream, I'll be back tomorrow. So, you know, follow the stream if you want to. Would appreciate that. And there's no Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer online. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you guys to one of my friends from Runeterra who's playing Marvel Snap right now. I'll send you guys over to Mega Mogwai, in case anyone, if you know. Post some Rip Ronins in the chat. He knows Yu-Gi-Oh! He's been streaming some Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm gonna raid him. And you guys say hi to Mogwai. Maybe you like Marvel Snap. I don't know much about it. But I will see you guys tomorrow, hopefully. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Thank you guys for all the follows, all the subs, and all the good stuff, all the support. See you guys tomorrow. And bye-bye, everyone. Peace.